up on Pulse, Lara Croft's next adventure is finally in full swing. But did it take its toll on an IDOS exec?
Plus, there's more to IDOS than Tomb Raider. We'll get a first look at the company's new platformer, Whiplash.
And we went to Northern California to see what Electronic Arts was showing off at Camp EA. That's all coming up right now on Pulse. Welcome to Pulse, your weekly look into the world of interactive entertainment. I'm Ronnie Lynn Riley.
And I'm Patrick Clark. Today we've got an update on the Washington law regarding violent games.
Plus, we'll fill you in on the latest milestone for the Xbox's most popular launch title.
But first, there's a shakeup in the house that Croft built. After several delays in the latest Tomb Raider game's launch and the resulting plummet in stock prices, IDOS probably heaved a huge sigh of relief once the game hit store shelves. But the relief quickly turned to grief as there was more bad news for IDOS and Core Design, Tomb Raider's developer. On July 15th, IDOS issued a press release saying that its development director and Core's founder and managing director, Jeremy Heath-Smith, has resigned. No explanation was cited in the press release, and IDOS declined to comment, only thanking Smith for his 7-year contribution to the company. More news on this story as we get it.
While the week brought bad news for Core and IDOS, it brought decidedly good news for gamers in the state of Washington. A U.S. district judge has issued an injunction blocking the enforcement of a law that prohibits the sale of games that depict violence against law enforcement officers to minors. The law was set to affect games like Enter the Matrix, a T-rated game that includes fight scenes with police officers. IDSA President Doug Lowenstein praised the judge's action, pointing out that, quote, the court made clear the very high burden that governments face when they try to regulate such protected speech. Mary Lou Dickerson, the law's sponsor, saw things differently, saying, quote, it has very little bearing on the final outcome of the case.
A video game law in Washington is the last thing Blizzard Entertainment was worried about over the past week. You may recall that we previously reported that the co-founders and vice president of Blizzard North had resigned to pursue other opportunities. But the news is much better this week, as Diablo lead programmer Rick Sace was promoted to development team lead for Blizzard North. Sace has been a member of the Blizzard family since 1994 and has played an integral role in the company's recent games, including the latest installment in the Warcraft series, The Frozen Throne.
If the real-time strategy of a game like The Frozen Throne isn't your style, maybe you prefer the high-energy action of platformers. If that's the case, IDOS has your next obsession. Featuring 2 characters that are literally inseparable, Whiplash is this week's first look.
In Whiplash, we have Spanx and Redmond are the main characters. Spanx is a crazy weasel and Redmond's an uptight rabbit, and they're chained together. Spanx and Redmond are escaping from the facilities of Genron, a high-tech sort of animal testing product manufacturing facility.
The hamster cannon. That's just plain mean.
As such, they've each sort of been subject to testing within the facility. Spanx specifically has been the victim of electricity testing, like appliance safety and things like that. Redmond's specialty was hair and makeup, so his natural affinity is he's impervious to pretty much anything. And Spanx doesn't dislike electricity, I think he kind of enjoys it. Actually, no animals were harmed, but humans repeatedly get damaged in the process. I don't know if I can specifically relate to weasels in general, but when I get behind the controls of Spanx or Redmond, I can definitely relate to the idea of just kind of reckless abandon. So I think if people go buy this game, it'll just be to have fun.
Yes, it's that time of year again, the time when wild rumors run rampant over the vast electronic smorgasbord we like to call the internet. This week, the UK development community is reporting that many of its members have already seen a demonstration of the Xbox 2, codenamed Xenon. Also making the rounds among the .com faithful is the story that Grand Theft Auto Vice City will be coming to the Xbox before Take-Two Interactive's PS2 exclusivity contract runs out at the end of next year. Earlier this year, Take-Two's CEO said that a major Rockstar title would come to the Xbox in the first fiscal quarter of 2004, but he didn't elaborate. The subsequent buzz points to Grand Theft Auto Vice City as the likely candidate. In order to circumvent the exclusivity clause, the game is rumored to be titled Vice City.
One game that doesn't need a loophole to come to the Xbox is Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3. That's because Ubisoft has announced the game's console launch will be an Xbox exclusive, at least for the time being. Ubisoft has ruled out a future release for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube, like they did with Splinter Cell last year.
There's no question that if Vice City does find its way onto the Xbox around the holiday season, it'll sell better than earplugs at a jeweled poetry reading. But it will face quite a challenge if it wants to be the best-selling game of all time on the Xbox. Microsoft and Bungie Studios announced this week that the Xbox's killer app, Halo, has sold more than 3 million copies worldwide since it was released in 2001. Of course, the torch will be passed when Bungie releases the highly anticipated sequel sometime in 2004.
Halo may have just broken the 3 million mark, but there's no way it's still in the top 10 Xbox games almost 2 years after its release, right? The only way to find out is to check out the EB Games Top 10 Xbox titles for the week. If you think this is a realistic volleyball sim, you've taken one too many spikes to the face. At number 10 is Outlaw Volleyball. Master the art of pillaging and perfect your plundering skills with this week's number 9, Pirates of the Caribbean. At number 8 is the video game equivalent of Richard Simmons. It just won't go away. But in Halo's case, that's a good thing. If your gun-for-hire business isn't booming, keep your mercenary skills sharp with this week's number 7, Soldier of Fortune 2. So you're feeling the need for speed but can't afford an F-16? Try the next best thing in Midnight Club 2, coming in at number 6. For those outside-the-box types, it's the open-ended RPG action of The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind at number 5. Jackknifing into the number 4 slot is a fun trucking game that puts an 18-wheeler in your hand. Big Mother Truckers, get the truck out of here! Bruising its way into the countdown at number 3 is the game that lets you bring the pain 23rd century style, brute force. Want to weave through Washington? Or would you prefer plowing through Paris? Do both with this week's number 2, Midtown Madness 3. And topping the charts this week at number 1 is the supernatural Nazi blasting action of Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Coming up after the break, we're hitting the road for a look at the next big thing from EA Sports Big, the football game NFL Street.
Plus, we're headed to Northern California for Camp EA and a look at what Electronic Arts has in store for you. All that and more, only on Pulse.
Join us for Achieving the Glow, a 5-part series showing you the way to enlightenment. This week, athletes find the zone.
My defense is very suspect.
It's all part of G4ia, presented by EB Games and G. Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
This isn't an easy thing for me to say, so I'm just gonna say it. I've talked it over with Wood Elf and Tiger Woman, and we're going with another cleric. Sorry, Padre.
Good luck finding health potions.
In a few short weeks, G4ia, G4's first annual event celebrating games and the people who play them, will take place here in Los Angeles. Celebrities, industry insiders, and 50 lucky G4 viewers will be treated to a slew of games, music, and the Glow Awards, which will honor industry leaders. The soiree will take place at the Henry Fonda Theater in Hollywood, which opened its doors in 1926. In its 70-plus years of existence, the theater has changed its focus from live theater to movie house to music venue. With a state-of-the-art sound system and room for more than 1,300 people, G4ia promises to be quite a party. and we'll be there to bring it to you. You can get on the show by sending us a video of yourself with your pick for the game of the year and why you think it's worthy of the glow. Go to www.g-4ya.com for more details.
If you've seen any of our Road to G4ya specials, better known as Achieving the Glow, then you've probably noticed Adam West is your guide. But TV's Batman is more than just a pretty face. He's also an accomplished voiceover artist. And Ubisoft has announced that along with X-Files X-star David Duchovny, West has signed on to do voiceovers for a character in the graphic novel-inspired 13. Although he's best known as the Cape Crusader from the 60s TV show, West has spent his share of time in the VO booth. His past credits include the animated series Rugrats, Johnny Bravo, and The Family Guy.
So you love football, but could do without little annoyances like rules and referees, right? Well, then EA Sports Big has your game. NFL Street is taking the pigskin from the cheers of the stadium to the smack talk of the urban playground. We recently went to Camp EA to check it out.
NFL Street is a new football game. It's 7-on-7. It's pickup football. Players are playing both sides of the ball. So you have Michael Vick playing quarterback. Michael Vick's got to play defensive back also. That works well for someone who's fast like that, but Peyton Manning might have a great gun on offense, but you look at him on defense, he's not going to be the best player.
It's pretty sweet, you know. I think that it's going to take off a lot. You know, it's definitely non-traditional, so it's going to be fun to see that the guys, and especially the kids, are going to get after this game because they're playing street football still, you know. We want to, but our contract says we can't. So, you know, it's good to see that the kids are out there still playing. Then they're going to have a game that's going to reflect the same level, so that's going to be fun for them.
The essence is just a pure love of football. It's the players, it's all about the players, from their emotion, from what they wear when they're off the field, they're not in helmets. It's just what they love the game, they love football, they're gonna play football, they're gonna show off, they're gonna taunt, they're gonna go through their legs when they run, they're gonna throw behind the back passes, and big hits. Football's about power.
It's pretty intense. You know, it's pretty intense. I think it's great to see him go into that aspect of, you know, the street ball that seems to be kind of popular these days, sort of making a comeback.
Really about style. You look at the players, they're in street gear, they got their hats on sideways, visors upside down, different look, and then when they're running out there, they can go behind the back with a pass, or they can go through their legs when they're making a juke. They can go through their legs on a spin move. We're pushing the level of athleticism with the style.
It's a very rare game. It's probably the only game that people really can pick up and say, this is the more real, you know, like childhood. And when you have that, man, it's just, you can just do anything you want to do on this game. And it's just so fun. It'll keep you occupied for hours, definitely. So it's a great game coming up.
Gridiron goodness wasn't the only thing they had on display at Camp EA. Maybe you're a World War II buff, or it could be that you've seen every James Bond movie, or a sim addict looking for your next fix. Whatever the case, they had it all on display and took us for a tour of their annual event.
Camp EA is an annual event, and this is the 4th year we've had it. Each year it gets bigger and bigger. This year we have 29 different titles on multiple platforms, and we have everyone from our executive producers and producers to the studio general managers, and a ton of media are here checking it out, and we're just so excited with the breadth and depth of the lineup we have.
The new Medal of Honor Rising Sun title is the next evolution of the console Medal of Honor product for the franchise. In the game, you take the role of Corporal Joseph Griffin, and it's a young Marine corporal who's stationed aboard the USS California when the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor happens. And you're thrust into the war from that point on.
Give me that thing!
Some of the new things that we're really proud of, though, we've taken it from a fairly linear game. We've added a lot of multiple paths. We've added a lot of replayability in terms of their secret items that you can find. Medal of Honor Rising Sun will ship this fall on PS2, Xbox, and GameCube.
Everything or Nothing, what's new about it is pretty much everything. And what I mean by that is that last year we were in a first-person perspective mode, and there are a lot of things in first-person perspective that you couldn't really deliver that we thought in third person show off really well. We brought in Richard Kiel as Jaws, as our Bond henchman, because everyone knows the guy from the Bond universe. What Bond has always been good at, bringing the action, the stunts, the driving, even the sexual innuendo. All that stuff you're gonna get in this game, and because we're in third person, you're gonna see Bond do all that. You're gonna be part of that whole action. James Bond Everything and Nothing is gonna come out this November in all the stores.
Sims Bustin' Out is the new game of The Sims on console platforms, and this year it's all about busting out of the house. This is the first time Sims own cars and actually drive in the world. The ability to actually jump on a scooter and choose where you're going to go in the world. We're pretty excited about it.
Camp EA is just showing everything that EA has to offer. No one else has the strength and the depth of the lineup that we have, and just looking forward to a great holiday season. It's a good time to be a video game player.
On the new hardware front, Infinium Labs has revealed its plans to unveil its entry into the console wars, the Phantom, at the Ultimate Gamers Expo in Los Angeles in August. Little is known about the console other than downloadable content will be its primary delivery system. Now, while the Phantom has yet to be seen in action, there's another console that's gotten more play than Wilt Chamberlain. Nintendo's Famicom, known as the Nintendo Entertainment System here in the U.S., turns 20 years old on July 15th.
That's right, and here it is right here, the Famicom. And as you can see, it's very tiny and very cute.
It looks very old school, almost like an 8-track player, something like that.
I know it does. Well, the controls are set up pretty much like the Nintendo system that we're used to. The only thing that's very exciting is the second controller has a microphone on it, so you can talk into it and hear your own voice coming out of the TV, kind of like Darth Vader.
Very nice. They're going to do a limited edition run of this, but Game Boy Advance SP version of this, only 1,000 of them in Japan.
We'll have to go to Japan to check it out. Well, happy birthday, Famicom.
Well, there's more to come on this edition of Pulse. After the break, it looks like there's a recession in the Star Wars galaxy's economy. We'll explain how players are using the real world to deal with it.
Plus, Lara Croft is returning to the big screen in a new film and to the small screen in a new game. We'll take a look at both. That's coming up only on Pulse.
Hi, gang. I'm Bruce Campbell. You're watching G4 TV for gamers.
Do you consider yourself a star?
I'm the same girl I've always been.
You don't sound surprised about your popularity.
I've been deeply involved in the gaming community for years. It's where my biscuits buttered, so to speak.
If you could describe yourself in 5 words or less, what would you say?
I fall, I get back up.
That's 6 words, actually.
You're a cheeky one, aren't you?
The original Shenmue, which debuted on the Dreamcast in 2000, introduced a massive non-linear experience that left gamers salivating for the next installment. The series moved to the Xbox for the sequel and continued the quest of a man in search of justice. At the beginning of 2003, Sega hinted that the third installment in the series might be released in the form of a movie that would finish the story. But earlier this week, Sega AM2 announced that a third Shenmue game is in the works. No story or platform details are available, but Sega has promised to release more information in September.
While gamers have to wait to get more details on Shenmue 3, the wait is over for people waiting to get their hands on some Steam. Valve Software, the developer behind Half-Life, announced its content delivery system called Steam last March. And now, after a lengthy closed beta, Valve has released Steam to the public. By downloading and installing the software, gamers can use Steam to quickly update games and download exclusive video, like this demo of the G-Man from the Half-Life 2 E3 demo. While no formal plans have been announced, it's likely that Valve's new masterpiece will be optimized to take full advantage of Steam.
They say the best things in life, like Valve's Steam, are free. But in the Star Wars Galaxies universe, you can pay money for more money. Several entrepreneurs in the massively multiplayer online game have hit eBay and are selling Galaxies credits for United States Mint credits, better known as American dollars. For as little as $650 in the real world, you can buy 1 million credits in the virtual one. We found pages of auctions currently running on eBay, although the highest actual bid was $255 for 3 million credits. And you thought the exchange rate in Canada was good. It still remains to be seen what action, if any, LucasArts will take in response to the auctions.
Lara Croft is taking plenty of action with the just-released Angel of Darkness game and a new movie on the way July 25th. We caught up with the film's director, Jan de Bont, and Angelina Jolie to get a behind-the-scenes look at the upcoming Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life.
First I played Tomb Raider, so this is my son. I was attracted to the first one when they decided to make a movie. I said, God, this is like an ideal character.
She's such an adventurer, and she's a great woman.
Here, it's not a guy kicking ass where, you know, you have all ego, and she was still a lady, you know.
I like the fact that she's a strong woman who doesn't use her sexuality to win, and she's not silly and flirty, and she doesn't hate men. She's just a strong woman. I have the good fortune of being able to jump inside the game.
In the game, she's a very active woman. She initiates the action. A lot of the scenes that we created, I think, are based on video game worlds. Like the lab scene, for instance, is could be right out of a video game. And the sequence in the Cradle of Life, where everybody can walk upside down, you can go in any direction. I mean, that's like a total, totally taken out of the video world, where you can move your character any direction you want. It's funny, it's my daughter saw this, I see questioning, Dad, why are you doing that? Why can you walk upside down? It's impossible. And then Alexander plays the game, said, Anneke, if you play video games, you know how it works. And it was so great that he got, I was very proud of that.
Do you ever do anything the easy way?
And risk disappointing you? It was at one point shown the secrets of the game. The most difficult thing is to not disappoint the fans and to make sure that there's the things they love about Lara exists with the things that you add to make her more of a flesh and blood woman, but to make sure you don't take away what everybody loves.
I think the originators and creators of video games are very creative people. I mean, the characters that they create are sometimes bigger than life, but there's also a lot of humanity to it as well. It's like I think there's a lot of very interesting characters that really can take you somewhere. And I think, in my opinion, is that it's going to totally replace the comic books. I think it's a much stronger world. I think it's a more imaginative world. I think it's a world that you can actually take part in, that you can control one way or another. But I think that more and more, films will be based on characters on video games than it used to be from comic books.
In game announcements. What's old is new again, as Sega AM2 has plans for an update to the arcade classic Outrun. The aptly titled Outrun 2 will feature 4 racing modes and is set to be released in Japan later this year. No release date has been set for the game here in the States.
In new releases, it's extreme, extreme, extreme sports action as Downhill Domination comes to the PlayStation 2 on July 22nd. The gameplay is simple. Customize your bike to your own specifications, point the bike downhill, and stay away from cliffs. Or you can try your hand at stunts in the mountain cross mode.
Coming to the PlayStation 2 on July 22nd is The Great Escape. Based on the 1963 Steve McQueen movie of the same name, you're a POW stuck in a World War II prison camp, and escape is your only hope for survival. Your stealth, driving, and first-person shooter skills will all be put to the test as you do your best McQueen impression. That's all for today's edition of the show. If you've got something to say about today's stories, be sure to head to our website at g4tv.com/pulse and send us an email or join our message boards.
Earlier, we gave you a glimpse of both the Tomb Raider movie and game. And whether you prefer the pixelated Lara Croft or the flesh and blood version, well, there's never such a thing as too much Lara. So as we head out today, we're pushing that concept to the limit.
For Patrick Clark, I'm Ronnie Lynn Riley. We'll see you next week on Pulse.
Be on the top of a volcano, and that's a day at work. It's pretty great. We get to travel the world and learn about other places and people, and all these skills you're trained from the best in the world. Jet skiing or horse riding or spinning shotguns or doing a military rifle drill. All these things that when could you ever get the opportunity to have that kind of experience other than to do these films?
Sorry, I got that receipt in here somewhere. Driver's license, bus transfer, $1 off fish sticks.
Actually?
Floss. Just in case. Movie stub, a mint.
Actually, we keep everything right here, just in case.
Right. Just in case.
People lose stuff. That's why we can store purchase and warranty information automatically, so you won't have to search anymore. Circuit City, we're with you.
Floss. Who flosses anyway?
I floss.
I floss too.
It's good to see what you and an Enzo Ferrari can do together. It's good to see drivers from 3 time zones in your rearview mirror together. It's good to show the streets of Florence where true art is together. Project Gotham Racing 2, rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Stay tuned. Judgment Day, next.
It's E3 2004. It is the 10th anniversary of E3.
That's right. Here, hold this.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go see the show.
What? You just leaving me here? I'm going too. Okay, we're going to get this party started off with a bang. We're standing in front of the Xbox booth because we're going to talk about all of the stuff that's available for the Xbox this year. And before we get started, this is the 10-year anniversary of E3.
That's true.
Which is awesome. It's also the 10-year anniversary of Tommy and I meeting.
That's right.
So I wanted to wish you congratulations, man.
10 years. Do you have a present for me?
I do. We get to talk about all of the games at E3 this year.
Oh.
All right, well, let's talk about the Xbox. What did you like on the Xbox?
It's all about Xbox Live this year around. Prince of Persia 2 looks phenomenal.
Wow.
Some of the lighting effects. You can actually chop guys, slice them right in half this year around. Speaking of Ubisoft, Far Cry Instincts.
Awesome looking
Great game on the PC. Now it's coming to consoles.
They've got Ghost Recon 2, which they put in Unreal sort of engine stuff into, so it looks a little closer to Rainbow Six. And Rainbow Six 3 Black Arrow, an expansion pack. They keep going like this. E3 is going to be like it's just going to be Ubisoft.
Well, them and EA.
Yeah.
That's the big news.
All right.
All of their sports games on Xbox Live.
I was interviewing somebody and they said that it was actually the gamers' voices out there that made them make the decision to put EA's games on Xbox Live. The spotlight's definitely on EA, and it's not just the sports games. They've also got Battlefield Modern Combat, which is an update to Battlefield 1942, which looks beautiful. Right. They've got the GoldenEye Rogue Agent game, Xbox Live.
What about StarCraft Ghost?
Yes.
On the Xbox.
Beautiful.
It's looking great.
Blizzard.
Fable. I think I'm really going to love Fable. I was playing Fable.
Absolutely.
I think that's the most exciting RPG, I think, to come out.
Did you play Jade Empire, though? Insane. You have all these, you have 30 different martial arts styles in the game, so you get into the combat.
You want to talk about online? You want to talk about Xbox Live? Let's talk about Rocky Legends.
Right. You can
My
fight
boy
online
Rocky.
now, man.
And it's all about Tron! That's
Tron
right.
Online.
Tron 2.0.
Don't scare people like that, man. That's
Killer app.
Well, let's hit on some more of the first-party games from Microsoft, because they've got some real stunners. Of course, everybody's talking about Halo 2. It's not playable on the show floor. I saw it at the press conference. They showed some multiplayer gaming. Unbelievable. Beautiful-looking game. November 9th it comes out. Unreal Championship 2.
Unreal Championship 2.
Looks amazing, too.
Sounds amazing.
For first and third person in Unreal Championship 2.
I love Advent Rising. I thought was unbelievable.
Very slick.
Very cinematic. Very awesome storyline.
There's also Men of Valor, which is a Vietnam fighting game. Very gritty. Lots of blood flying everywhere.
Shell Shock. Nam 67.
Love the new Star Wars first-person shooters. We have two different kinds. Republic Commando is kind of like a Rainbow Six style squad-based tactical combat game. And then I think one of the games, probably in my top 5 that I'm most excited about at E3, Star Wars Battlefront. This game is what I've been waiting for since 1997. It's basically Battlefield 1942 in the Star Wars universe. Incredible graphics. It's from Pandemic, who've been kicking ass. They just did Full Spectrum Warrior.
Full Spectrum Warrior looks unbelievable for THQ.
Doom 3. We haven't talked about the lighting and the shading and the fog effects.
Doom 3 is incredible. It's all about the lighting.
It looks like a movie. Great year all around for the Xbox. I was surprised that there weren't that many first-party games, but it more than made up for third-party. I mean, even like Spider-Man 2 from Activision.
Spider-Man 2. I didn't even talk about Spider-Man. That's how crazy it is. But there was nothing that like every single person was talking about.
Right.
But overall, an amazing showing. Their best showing yet. I'm giving the Xbox booth an 8.5.
I'm going to give it a 9. I got to say that I kind of agree with you, but a ton of games that I really want to play are coming out on the Xbox. It's getting a 9 from me. So there you go, another very impressive showing from Microsoft on the Xbox.
If there are people out there who have an Xbox and who aren't on Xbox Live yet, you better sign up now. You got to sign up now. It's unbelievable.
Lots of great titles for Xbox. When we come back, though, we're going to be talking about Nintendo, and of course, they've got some very interesting things to talk about. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Tech TV and G4 have come together. And you can get in on the action with G4 Tech TV's Digital Dig Sweepstakes. You could be the winner of a $100,000 tech makeover for your home. From bedroom to living room, the G4 Tech TV experts will tech out your home. It's G4 Tech TV's Digital Dig Sweepstakes starting June 14th. For more info, log on to g4techtv.com/digitaldigs.
All right, we're back. We just came out of the Nintendo booth, and we're about to get down to it because we have so much stuff to talk about with Nintendo. They've got everything coming out this year. All right, well, let's start with the GameCube. What did you think of the stuff on the GameCube?
Well, you know, I mean, to me, it's the same old, same old. They have a couple of really cool new titles. They got Geist, which looks kind of neat.
Geist, I would agree with you, looks very cool.
Geist look great. You can possess other people.
Yep.
You can even play a dog.
I like that one very much.
I think my favorite game in the whole Nintendo area was Resident Evil 4.
Looks beautiful.
Amazing graphics.
Yes.
They finally are starting to get the controls right, you know. I saw Toilet Paper Mario 2.
Right.
You know,
Paper Mario 2.
Oh.
There's no toilet in that title.
I saw Donkey Kong Bongo.
That would be Donkey Konga.
Donkey Konga.
And there's Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. So you have 2 games that take advantage of the new drum peripheral that Nintendo's putting out for the Cube. The GameCube game of the show definitely is Metroid Prime Echoes. That game looks phenomenal. It's got the multiplayer action in there. Another cool GameCube game that I'm looking forward to is the Zelda. The next Zelda is going to look like the Zelda that we wanted a few years ago.
No more cell shading.
In 4 Swords, this is the game that best illustrates why Nintendo was excited about connectivity. You can hook up 4 Game Boy Advances and you can play together. It's very, very fun.
But if they're so interested in connectivity, why not give us online games? Hello.
Well, you know what I find is kind of strange is that they've done that in the DS, but they're definitely not going for online on the GameCube. Let's move on then from the GameCube stuff to the Game Boy Advance, which, in my opinion, had a more interesting showing than the GameCube stuff.
Now, I'm a huge Mario Party freak.
Yes.
And we got Mario Party on the Game Boy Advance.
We sure do.
I love that.
Now, Mario's going to be in all kinds of games. We've got Mario Pinball. They've also got Mario Golf, which looks fantastic. But definitely the Game Boy Advance game that I am most excited about, it's the new Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. It has the Wind Waker Zelda art style in the game, and it looks like it's going to be so much fun.
We love Zelda and the Windbreaker.
We love Zelda, and I love Zelda. There's also a very interesting thing that they're packing in with the new Pokemon games now. We've got a wireless connector, so people that play Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, they can communicate wirelessly on the GBAs now, which is kind of cool. You know, I think the GBA had a very cool showing.
I would say I thought it had a better showing than the GameCube. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
I would agree with that.
I'm looking forward to a lot of the Game Boy Advance games, definitely.
Now, speaking of portable systems, we got to talk about the Nintendo DS.
The Nintendo DS.
2 screens. The new portable. I got to say that this isn't the finished version, but right now the buttons are way too small.
Right.
It's very thick. I want to get your opinion, but to me, the PSP blows it out of the water.
Well, here's my thoughts on the DS. It was the big mystery coming into the show. Nobody knew what Nintendo was up to. And they've definitely come out with something that's very, very innovative. I love the touchscreen applications.
Yeah, you have a touch screen, and it's going to come with a stylus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a game
wireless.
In there. There's wireless networking, Wi-Fi, and a sort of a Bluetooth derivative, so you can be in closer proximity or over the internet and play games.
And thank God they have a headphone jack, which is always nice to see.
But then with the touchscreen, you can do cool things. Like there was a game where you could draw Pac-Man, and he would chase after the ghost. That was part of the game. So you had to draw Pac-Man as quickly as you could to capture all the things.
My concern is that the games that they were showing in there, I personally, as a gamer, I wouldn't buy any of them. But I mean, Metroid, they had Metroid Prime on there.
Metroid Hunters,
running
very
a little slow.
No, I thought it was great. And what was different about that game too is that you controlled all of the weaponry with the stylus. You look around with the stylus and you tap the button on the enemies to kill them.
But I don't think that game is really going to.
Not that one game. No.
One game isn't going to do it because
they had some other cool ones though.
Well, there's the Mario.
Yeah, Super Mario 64x4. It's a 4-player game set in the Mario 64 world with all the different Mario characters.
I'm going to wait to see
what the other titles are.
Because I got to be honest with you, PSP, I don't care how much it is, I'm going to buy that thing.
Yeah, not everybody's got your credit card though. That's the deal.
But if somebody has to make a decision between which one to get, how can you tell them not to wait for the PSP?
I know. I mean, I gotta say I enjoyed the PSP stuff a little bit more. I like what they were showing a little bit more than the DS. Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what's coming out yet. So I'm excited. I have faith in Nintendo, especially in the handheld department. I know that they recognize the threat that Sony's putting on there. If you had to score the Nintendo booth and what you're seeing from Nintendo this year and for Nintendo, what would you give it?
I'd give it a 5.5.
Wow, man, you are really disappointed.
Well,
that's a very low score.
Compared to Sony and Xbox and the PC stuff.
Well, I'll tell you this. I am not as excited about the software that Nintendo is showing. I want to play more of the games on the Xbox and the PlayStation 2. But I think the DS is a cool showing. Very impressed with the GBA. And there are definitely some cool GameCube games that I want to play. 7.5 out of 10. So we're done with Nintendo. But don't worry, there's lots more show to come. When we come back, we're talking about PC games.
Double Dash. Drive, throw stuff, switch. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated E for everyone. GameCube.
Buried Treasure is brought to you by EB Games. We take games seriously.
I found a classic game that I want to talk about today in Buried Treasure. This is Metal Gear Solid for the Game Boy Color. Now, I know what you're saying. Every Metal Gear game is super successful, and this doesn't really qualify as a Buried Treasure. But I did mention that it's for the Game Boy Color, didn't I? And nobody has that system anymore. But what's great about this thing is that it really pulled in a lot of the details that you're seeing in all of the Metal Gear games out there. You're still talking on your communicator with all the same codecs to Campbell and Mei Ling and all of the sort of cast of supporting characters that are part of Metal Gear. There's 180 VR missions on this cartridge, so you can actually test out some of the play mechanics of the game. And the levels in the game actually take into account all the stealthy, sneaky spy action that we love in Metal Gear. And of course, everybody's talking about Metal Gear now because we've got the Twin Snakes on the Cube, and we've got Metal Gear Solid 3 coming for the PlayStation 2. So it's a perfect time to go and find the Game Boy Color version of Metal Gear Solid. This is a great game for your Game Boy Color or your Game Boy Advance. Go check it out, Metal Gear Solid.
All right, we're back. We're going to start talking about all of the PC games that we're seeing here at E3 2004. What did you think of the PC showing, man?
I gotta say, last year at E3, we were kind of a little disappointed because there was no innovation, really.
Yes, yeah.
It was all the same RTSs, RPGs, and first-person shooters. This year, I gotta say, big turnaround.
Right.
And we're seeing a lot of cool, innovative games on the PC. I think this is the best year in a long time for the PC.
Well, yeah, I think so too. And I think the two games that really sort of come to the forefront when you're thinking of what's happening in the PC world this year, Half-Life 2 and Doom 3 are finally going to be available.
I'm talking about innovative, though, innovative games like the movies.
Amazing game.
Peter Molyneux's game for the PC.
Amazing.
You create a movie within the game. It's unbelievable.
You can upload the movie that you create, and other people can watch it. Incredible stuff there. NCSoft has got the Guild Wars, which is one of the first free, massively multiplayer games out there. Give you a little taste of that role-playing experience, that Diablo type of experience.
Lineage 2. Lineage 2.
Lineage 2.
Another one.
The City of Heroes is already out, but City of Villains was on the show floor. World of Warcraft. That has got to be one of the sweetest looking massively multiplayer games I've ever seen. Also love the expansion to Star Wars Galaxies, the jump to light speed. Now we can fly around in spaceships. You can pilot things like the Millennium Falcon and have people inside the ship and people mining the turrets and stuff like that. That is going to be awesome, man. Getting your own Star Wars ships.
There's even some third-person games as well, like Advent Rising.
Yes.
It's a really cool-looking cinematic game experience for the PC. You got The Matrix Online.
Matrix Online, another massively multiplayer.
Oddly enough, being done by Sega.
Yes, published by Sega, developed by Monolith. Totally different for a massively multiplayer game.
The Sims 2.
That's right.
Which looks really incredible.
EverQuest 2. I just saw the characters jumping into the water. That looks incredible. Lots of sweet lighting effects in that game. I mean, these massively multiplayer games, you never think of them as looking so good, but now they're just looking insane. I mean, they've got some beautiful artwork in them.
They announced Splinter Cell 3.
I know.
It's like Splinter Cell 2 just came out.
Well, I couldn't believe how quickly Pandora Tomorrow came out from the previous Splinter Cell.
That's right. The EA stuff had a new Lord of the Rings game, which was like an RTS kind of thing.
Yes, the Battle for Middle-earth.
Not my cup of tea.
That looks incredible.
But also, they were also showing Medal of Honor Pacific Assault, which is going to give Call of Duty a run for its money. With the AI is absolutely incredible, completely unique every time you play the game. How about Shell Shock Nam 67?
Yeah, that's going to be killer.
Like IDOS looks amazing.
That's going to be really cool. If we're getting into the shooter department, you can't ignore Stalker, which basically came out of nowhere. It's being published by THQ, and that game looks sensational, man. It's really, really nice. A very close competitor to what's being offered in Half-Life 2 and Far Cry and Doom 3. Stalker looks sick.
I thought Myst 4 looked extremely beautiful. I know that's not your style.
Not my style at all.
But
no.
I think people are really going to freak out over Myst 4. Peter Gabriel, Jack Wall doing the music.
That's right.
Unbelievable. But check this out. Playboy, the mansion game.
I knew you were going to like that one.
That is awesome. You go around.
Is that your new Tron this year?
You go around. Playboy.
It is. I knew it.
Playboy.
I knew it would be. Talking about real-time strategy games, it was cool to see Ground Control 2.
Dude, I'm surprised you haven't mentioned Dungeon Siege 2.
Great game from Microsoft.
Damn.
Totally cool game. I think the console still won the attention.
I agree.
But this was a very fun year for playing PC games. 2004 is going to be great if you're a PC owner. I'm giving it 8 out of 10.
Exactly what I give it. We finally agreed on one.
All right.
An 8 out of 10.
Sweet. Well, stick around. We're coming right back with a look at the PlayStation 2 games coming out this year.
The greatest commanders don't just deliver their men to victory. They deliver them home. Full Spectrum Warrior, rated mature, played on Xbox Live.
What are your dreams? Do they include playing video games? Or making video games? Or both? Stop dreaming. Pick up the phone, call Collins College, and start a career doing what you love in the new game design program. Call 1-888-256-1200 now. That's 1-888-256-1200.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
All right, we're back. We're here at the PlayStation booth, and man, is Sony having a huge year this year.
I mean, once again, Sony shows why they're so dominant in the industry, why they are the top in the world. This is the best booth here at the show. Hands down, Gran Turismo 4.
All right.
The best looking driving game we've ever seen.
What about Burnout 3?
Burnout 3 is
on the
incredible.
PlayStation 2.
I mean, it's Hollywood.
So beautiful.
It's Hollywood filmmakers getting together with video game makers to create all these amazing crashes
Incredible.
and everything.
And now Need for Speed Underground 2 is there. So if you're a racing fanatic that has a PlayStation 2, not only are you going to get incredible games, you're going to be able to play them online.
Final Fantasy 12, exclusive to PlayStation 2.
Developed by the guys that did Final Fantasy Tactics series.
Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. You want to eat my snake? You can do it now. How about God of War?
Looks great.
Another exclusives game.
Next
This looks like an Xbox game.
Coming to a sweet looking game.
That's the thing, is that all the PlayStation 2 games
Sequel
to Marker Creed.
Rise of Kasai.
Right.
Sweet looking game. Rao is back. He's killing people. He still looks like a little cute cartoon, but he's vicious.
How about this?
Awesome.
Sly Cooper.
Yes.
We got Sly 2, and it looks unbelievable.
Yes. And we're talking action platformer style games. You can't forget Jak 3, which is incredible now. They've added more vehicles.
Tons of, you can get on monsters and ride them around the city.
You've got online in Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal when they named it for Tommy Tallarico.
They did.
It's a very cool game.
But it's online.
Just a single player, and you get an online thing, so you've got cute cartoon creatures kicking the living out of each other.
You can't say that.
Did I say that?
Rumble Roses,
yes,
which is an all-girl hot chick fighting
wrestling
game.
I know. It looks crazy.
G-strings, bouncing boobies, tons of iToy support this year. Harry Potter game from EA has the iToy support.
I like the Sega Superstars. You're beating up on the zombies from House of the Dead and the Virtual Fighter dudes.
That's right.
I also dug the anti-grav game, which is kind of like
it's like Slip Groove or something.
Yeah, exactly. I was also digging Mortal Kombat Deception on the PlayStation 2. Great big fighters, lots of gore, exactly what you want. Now, in terms of shooters, got some killer ones. Killzone. From Guerrilla Games. They did the Nom Shell Shock 67.
25 to Life, which is like Grand Theft Auto from IDOS.
That's actually, it felt a little bit more like SOCOM to me, but
You're
it's
right.
SOCOM in the hood kind of deal.
Prince of Persia 2 on the PlayStation 2.
Beautiful.
Incredible. You can slice guys in half now. The Incredibles looks amazing. The new Pixar Disney film.
There are also some really great sequels to see again. Really big fan of ATV Off-Road Fury.
That's
Number
right.
3.
Online.
Voice communication now, finally. That's going to be awesome. And also awesome to see the Getaway Black Monday. I really enjoyed the ambition of the last game.
Yeah, true.
But this time they're sweetening everything up.
Hopefully the controls are better.
And of course we have a brand new Grand Theft Auto game, San Andreas. So, you know, all in all, PlayStation 2 lineup is unbelievable.
Well, here's the thing. We've talked about all the iToy support.
Yeah.
We've talked about all the exclusive games on the Sony. But factor all that in, and we have the announcement of the PSP. It is the most incredible handheld system ever.
It was very surprising to me because I was at the press conference and it looked larger when you saw it on the big screen.
It is so cool looking.
But it's tiny,
They got clear. There's clear buttons on the top. It looks so amazing.
EA's announced NFL Street, NBA Street, Need for Speed Underground 2.
Gran Turismo 4, Twisted Metal's up and running right now.
Yeah, we saw
Metal Gear
Wipeout.
Solid up and running right now.
Saw Wipeout on there, very cool.
So what do you give the whole Sony area then, my friend?
Incredible showing for the PlayStation 2, but it was really about the PSP for me this year. Sony kicked ass again, 9.5, an incredible showing.
I'm with you, absolutely. 9.5 on the Sony area.
So there it is, E3 2004 is all over and done. Thousands of people streaming out now. They've seen thousands of games. What did you think of the show overall?
I gotta say that Ubisoft booth was, to me, the best booth in there.
One game you want to play the most?
Splinter Cell 3, maybe Prince of Persia 2. But for me, the three greatest things in my life: Spider-Man, Tron, and Rocky.
Oh, Rocky.
Best E3 ever. I know we say that every year.
This was an incredible E3.
But this was the best 3 ever.
The PSP is the most exciting thing about E3 2004 for me, but I'm also very excited to play games like Half-Life 2. Very surprised by the quality of Pandemic's titles. Destroy All Humans looks incredible.
I'll tell you what I think the most incredible thing at the show was.
Yes.
The Unreal 3 engine technology.
Yes. Can't wait for next year. Lots of great games to play until then. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys had as much fun as we did. We'll see you next time.
It's up to you to choose which games win at this year's G4ia, the award show for gamers. Go to g4techtv.com/G4ia and decide who gets best game, character, soundtrack, and more. Press, vote, and make your voice heard. It's all part of G4ia, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
What's up with that?
Hi, my name is Laurent Dobas, and I hold the show-off mode record for the Elysium Alps course on SSX. It took me only 9 months to achieve this score. 4 friends of mine, also in their 30s, purchased the system and the game so they could play too. When the PS2 came around, my life changed. The first SSX was a revelation for me. Awesome graphics and what video games are supposed to be all about. Once I realized the million points barrier could be broken, I had to keep trying. I had to do it. It was a hot summer afternoon and I was just out of the shower. I turned on my PS2, my VCR, and bang, I hit the million points on my first run. I was shaking like crazy and unable to play after that for a couple of hours. It was pretty insane.
Two separate worlds. One shadow, one light. Where the difference between life and death is a few inches of metal. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for T.
G4 Tech TV is giving away a $100,000 home tech makeover, brought to you by Circuit City and Yahoo. For the next 2 weeks, G4 Tech TV is collecting entries.
Watch every night from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern now through the 27th, and look for the sweepstakes commercials because they contain secret codes. Every time you see a code, go to the website and enter.
And remember, for all the news in the world of games, make sure to watch what you play right here on Pulse.
Bikini-clad Kasumi and a big pair of You're about to embark on games that have everyone from Senator Joe Lieberman to your grandmother up in arms. They're the most controversial games of all time. I hope you have the balls to hang because the hits the fan right now on Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, and welcome to Filter, a hand-picked top 10 video game countdown as voted on by you, the viewer, at G4TV.com. Now, when I was a kid, I thought Pitfall Harry was hot and E.T. was rebellious. Well, a lot has changed since then. Today, gamers would rather pee on hookers than chase pellets and swing from vines. And thanks to that yearning, we have before you the most controversial games ever made. But before we get to your top 10 reasons to be a menace to society and gawk at scantily clad women, we cornered some of you to give us your take on what makes a game controversial. Let's see what you said.
A game's controversial when people talk about it, I think. I mean, whether it's violence, whether it's sex, a controversial game is one that people are interested in talking about it.
It's hard to say. I mean, it depends who's doing the judging. I mean, what I may think is controversial is certainly different from what other people might think is controversial. The games that get the most controversy are the ones with the violence or sex. But there's not many of those games, so there's only a few that are really getting all the attention.
The thing that appeals to many gamers about controversial games is being able to do things in the game that you couldn't get away with in real life. And a game like Grand Theft Auto that involves sleeping with a prostitute, you get all the fun of the experience without having to worry about seeing the doctor for antibiotics afterwards.
The appeal of the games is, something you can't do in real life. Might as well do it. Blowing apart your neighbor, running over the old lady on the street. It's controversial, but hey, it's fun.
Do controversial games have an influence on society? I think to some degree, sure. I think much like a movie you watch or a TV show or a book you read, I think what you see in those games influence your views of the world to some degree. But I think it's all within the context.
Much like other forms of art and entertainment, those games that may be considered controversial are aimed at an adult audience, and that's the appeal of these games.
You play these games and you experience them as escapism, and you realize that they're sort of alternate realities. So I think in the right context, they can be seen as sort of games that in some ways let you get aggression out inside of the game world instead of in the real world. I think they do have some impact, absolutely, but I don't think it's necessarily a correlation where, a violent game makes people more violent or a sexual game makes people think more sexually or anything like that. I think, they're entertainment experiences and should be treated as that.
Now it's time to get to the boobage. Let's face it, there are certain games you don't want your mom to know you're playing. Like a game that puts raunchy, bare-breasted women on BMX bikes and has you fantasizing about what it would be like to touch their hooters. BMX XXX is at 10.
BMX XXX was controversial because it included these sort of in-between scenes of these scores strippers that would basically strip for you inside of the game.
Here, riding a bike. Oh, hey, there's some strippers.
Most people were attracted to the controversial aspects of it.
There were female topless bike riders and stuff like that inside the game, so they really just tried to shock you.
Toplessness, dogs humping, urination.
Swearing for no reason, and pimps and hookers and dog crap. And why?
Controversy is great if it's on top of a great game, but if it's just controversy for the sake of controversy, gamers see through that. They didn't buy the game.
We go from the depths of a woman's anatomy to the depths of mortality. Carmageddon has everyone up in a hoo-ha because it rewards you for running down pedestrians. I say if you can't handle the heat, then get your fat out of the kitchen. Carmageddon blows up at number 9.
Carmageddon is a cool game, but it's blatantly controversial. It's just basically a driving game where you run people over for points.
It's a funny game, you know, it's got a morbid aspect, of course, to it, but it's so gimmicky, it's so fun.
Gruesome, and it was kind of old technology. What they were trying to do is going to come out more with a new technology. It was very ambitious.
Armageddon was awesome. You could basically beat the game just by running over hundreds upon hundreds of people, blood splattering all over your car.
Carmageddon, one of my personal favorites, and that's, again, the graphic nature of the subject matter. I mean, being able to get extra points for stylistically splattering a pedestrian is pretty big.
Carmageddon allowed you to run over people, kind of like that great old movie Death Race 2000, and any game that allows you to do that, it's +5 in my book.
Sure, Carmageddon has the ethics of a dog-killing mailman, but don't forget about our favorite four-letter pile of carnage, Doom. The game gained just as much notoriety for its graphics and gameplay as it did for its violence and gore. id Software's classic shooter upsets PTA moms everywhere, but who really gives a what they think? It's at 8.
Doom was really one of the first gameplay experiences that kind of put you, face first person into the action. It really was a revolutionary game.
Doom was, I think, controversial because it was just such a great game, and it was really, really visceral. It was a first-person action game with incredible graphics. And when you saw these incredible graphics, people said, hey, this is really realistic. And I think for some people, it was a little too realistic.
Doom was a controversial game because it was the first of its kind, first to shoot someone and have blood, first to see heads on a stick in a game. And, but it was quickly followed up by a lot more of them, so it lost a lot of it.
You know the funny thing about Doom is that you were a guy going into hell and killing demons. id Software got numerous letters from religious groups being offended. No one grasped the concept that you were actually killing demons. That was the point. You were on God's side. It wasn't as controversial as people think.
If the regular version of Doom isn't offensive enough, you can always blow up Santa Claus, Barney, or Jesus thanks to mods. Just kidding about Jesus. If that doesn't turn you on, then you may want to go spend some personal time so you aren't so uptight. After the break, we have more cleavage than you can sink your teeth into, and we're going on a panty raid. Oh, so now you're interested. We'll be back.
This portion of G4 is brought to you by PlayStation 2.
This movie stinks! This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen! Come on! That's a guy in a rubber suit! Look! My mom can make a better movie than this! Shut up! Are you talking to me? I'm not gonna shut up! You shut up!
War of the Monsters. Tough claw-to-claw combat, where only the meanest monster survives. Rated T for teen. Rated M for mature. Twisted Metal. Black.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form the only network taking digital entertainment to the next level.
Sound fun?
I love video games.
Plugged in to every aspect of games, gear, gadgets, and gigabytes.
That was unexpected, right?
Okay. You're watching G4 Tech TV.
G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
Welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, and we're counting down the most controversial games of all time. The rankings for Filter shows come directly from the responses you post on the G4 website. To make your vote count, log on to g4tv.com/filter and select the Filter Rater. Then choose a category, vote on a scale of 1 to 10, and we'll take care of the rest. While you're there, be sure to post your suggestions for topics and games you'd like to see covered in future episodes. But screw the Filter Rater for now, and let's get back to the countdown. What's better than a bunch of babes wearing next to nothing and having their flying around while they straddle trees? Well, I guess actually dating one, but you take what you can get. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball jiggles its way into number 7.
Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball was controversial, but it certainly was, pretty trippy. And then it was, all these sort of beach volleyball girls who were, really sort of, attractive in these skimpy little bikinis and playing beach volleyball.
I mean, the only reason people buy it is to see the bikinis and the jumping and the stretching and the different bikinis you can get.
It's a swimsuit edition of, volleyball games. It's actually a fun volleyball game, and they have a sort of social aspect to things. Whatever, it's beach volleyball, what do you expect?
Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball is controversial because the women are so hot, and there is implied lesbianism there. The girls have relationships, they apply sunblock on one another, they hang out. It's good.
Not all offensive games are about babes in bikinis, blood, and gore. Conker's Bad Fur Day for the N64 is a 3D platformer starring a foul-mouthed squirrel named Conker. So in true Conker fashion, this little crawls its piece of attitude into the damn sick spot. Enjoy.
Conker's Bad Fur Day was just funny. At the beginning of the game, he wakes up and he's drunk, and he has a bad hangover, and he's just saying bad words all over the place. And this was on the N64, which was at the time, didn't really have very many bad games.
First of all, it's a cartoon, so, parents are gonna think, oh, it's a sweet game. Get a couple minutes into it, you're a drunk squirrel running around.
Conker's Bad Fur Day is controversial for many reasons. The one that I think is the best is having a boss monster called the Great Mighty Pooh, who is going to throw his doo-doo at you while you are throwing toilet paper in his mouth in order to defeat him. Comedy platinum right there.
It was strange because you had this sort of cartoony Nintendo game, yet it was this really mature content. It was actually a really fun game when it came out, but yeah, it was controversial, I guess, because it had, some suggestive language and some suggestive scenarios, and it was pretty violent.
Beauty isn't the only thing that's in the eye of the beholder. What may go over the line for me may be just fine for you. We asked around to see what people consider to be the most controversial thing they've ever seen in a game, and we couldn't find anybody good, so we went with these guys.
Probably the most controversial thing I've seen in a game is probably Vice City. Just everything society deems wrong, you can just do at the drop of a hat.
I think a lot of controversial games that are out nowadays is, some of the war games, you got terrorists and the whole politically correct, or they call the opposing forces instead of terrorists now because of what's happened.
That's tough because I don't consider wanton violence very controversial. In the game Metal Gear Solid, it opens a lot of issues about nuclear arms and nuclear buildup, a lot of current issues.
There's a game called Narc coming out soon. Part of the game is taking drugs, and you take weed to turn everything into bullet time because it slows it all down. Speed gets your energy up, and there's other stuff as well. But I mean, that kind of game will attract so much controversy.
One of the most controversial things I've ever seen in a game was actually from a Sierra game called Phantasmagoria. This was a live-action video game, and I mean, it included sort of full-on sex scenes and nudity and stuff like that. It really just sort of pushed limits, and that game to me was defined as basically trying to shock you. It definitely made me say, wow, I mean, the game industry, they really want to shock you with this game, and they definitely accomplished that.
So now that we're tired of listening to you guys, let's get back to the vulgarity. Sitting snug at number 5 is a game that's more controversial than Michael Jackson. It's the Postal series, and it's caught in the middle spot.
Postal is that great game that features none other than Gary Coleman shooting random people. It's made by Running with Scissors, and it uses the Unreal technology, and we're proud of it.
Postal was a game that just basically was just controversial. They were just trying to make people mad. You can take off people's heads and piss on their bodies and all that other stuff, but you're just killing people.
Heard that was inspired by the postal workers because a bunch of them had gone on shooting rampages at work. That makes it more topical and more sort of touching, especially to people who've been hit by that kind of event in real life. That could really push some buttons.
The game is just insane. You can just walk up and piss on a person, light them on fire. You can do basically anything you want.
I don't think the games were ever very good, so I don't think people, really like them. But yeah, they certainly were controversial.
So, if lighting somebody on fire and having your way with them isn't your thing, then how about secretly photographing a group of models in their underwear? Pervert! Panty Raider from Here to Immaturity peeps in at number 4. Pervert!
Panty Raider, if I remember correctly, is a game where you
basically save the world from aliens by throwing objects at girls to get them to take their clothes off.
Well, Pain Raid is pretty much controversial because it's pornographic, it's explicit, it's pretty controversial to me.
I don't see why it's so controversial. Everybody got their own opinion, you know? If you don't want to play it, you ain't got to play it.
At a certain point, you would take a picture, and your picture would be judged based on, I guess, the sexiness of the picture. That's pretty controversial for when it came out. I don't know if it would be as controversial now. At that time, I don't think Americans thought the games were for anybody but kids. So the idea of like a mature subject in a game might have gone against the grain of typical society at that time.
If you're not offended yet, don't worry. The sickest is yet to come, so stick around. Fine, don't come back, but you're gonna miss out. I'm serious. We're gonna rag on your mom and
For Kit Yoon, the only way out of the Hong Kong underworld is to go back in. Jet Li in Rise to Honor, rated T for teen.
Around every corner, behind every door, deep in every shadow, terror waits. Evil returns to the PlayStation 2. Resident Evil Outbreak. Rated M for mature, only from Capcom.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to Born G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
welcome back to Filter. I'm Diane Mizoda, counting down the most controversial games ever. So far, we've managed to assemble a list that would make any juvenile delinquent proud to be a gamer. Here's a recap of who is totally offensive, in case you weren't listening, you little bastards. BMX XXX offends its way to number 10 after a quick stop at a local strip club. Carmageddon plows its way into 9. Number 8 insults everyone with Doom. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball bumps, sets, and grinds its way to number 7. Number 6 is that son of a conquers Bad Fur Day. Lock and Load with the Neighborhood Mailman, the Postal series, is number 5. And at number 4 is a trio of aliens looking for some sweet lovin' and Panty Raider from Here to Immaturity. While all the games on our list so far have managed to upset their fair share of protective parents and politicians, they're just second rate compared to what's up next. When Rockstar first announced Manhunt, it was shrouded in secrecy. All that was shown were some grainy-ass videos and full screenshots, kind of like the Paris Hilton video. When the game was finally released, gamers were treated with one of the darkest and grittiest games ever made. Manhunt kills at number 3.
Manhunt, that's pretty much everything. Violence, profanity, creative killing. Yeah, I would say violence is the biggest thing on that, the gore factor.
Manhunt was the violence, I think, was what shocked everyone. There was that whole kind of running man, people watching over you while you're forced to fight thing. So that was just the different nasty ways of killing people.
I didn't think Manhunt was that controversial, that they were really basing the controversy aspect to sell games when they didn't really need to. The gameplay was really solid, really good.
Bottom line is the violence, and basically come up with the most creative and graphic ways to use certain objects to eviscerate people.
Manhunt is a game in which you can kill someone with a plastic bag by like putting it over their head and they're suffocating them, and apparently that's pretty controversial. I hear in the sequel you're going to be able to use a spork.
Before we get to the 2 most offensive games on the planet, let's take a look at some of the titles that tried to be naughty but just weren't bad enough. Here's who got filtered out.
I'm really disappointed that Custer's Revenge didn't make the list. That was that old Atari 2600 game in which you could have your way with a Native American woman. Very horrible for the time.
Leisure Suit Larry was controversial back in the day. It was the first game with like a sexual theme because you were just like some loser from the Marina Del Rey with like a leisure suit going around trying to get hold of women in some late car. It was just like, ooh, wow, adult theme.
Final Fantasy VII. Honestly, you look at the game and it's simple RPG, but if you just look into the background story, there was so many controversial things today. Like there was cloning in the game, there was death in the game. I mean, you kind of gotta look into it a little bit more open-minded, but it's out there.
We've gone from Postal to Peeping Toms, and just when you thought we couldn't sink any lower, we do. Mortal Kombat introduced the Fatality, a finishing move that ranged from ripping out your opponent's spine to tearing off his head. Sounds like a good time, but that was the past. Today, the Grand Theft Auto series has managed to offend politicians, minorities, and even evil stepmoms. So who comes out on top? Is it the bloody beat-em-up action series, or are you into modern-day urban violence? It's time for me to shut the f*** up and show you this.
Grand Theft Auto is controversial for many, many reasons. The one that everyone is obsessed with is picking up a prostitute, having sex with her in your car, having her get out and then running her over and taking the money back. I mean, if you ask me, it just sounds like you're a thrifty guy in that game.
You know, Grand Theft Auto has become synonymous with controversy. I guess because of the level of violence, I guess because of the fact, you know, there are these hookers you can hire, you know, in the game and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it was a really, really great game, not because it was so controversial. I think that's something that people really have to remember.
GTA has just got so much attention in the press. Mortal Kombat, I mean, it was controversial. It kind of kicked things off in terms of government scrutiny a few years back. But GTA, you know, it's a great game.
Most controversial game in the filter face-off is gonna definitely be Grand Theft Auto.
Mortal Kombat was controversial because it was the game that introduced fatalities to the fighting genre. You could pull out someone's spine.
It was all done in fun, but for some people it was seen as much too violent and much too controversial. I think for its day, actually, Mortal Kombat was probably a more controversial game than Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto got a lot of attention, mostly because it was such a great game and everyone was talking about it. And Mortal Kombat was a great game too, but I mean, that inspired congressional hearings. Joseph Lieberman was giving speeches about how violent it was and stuff like that. And that was by far the more controversial game. I think it was just in a time when a lot of people didn't know a lot about video games. So the mainstream media, they really picked up on that and they really just sort of started talking about it. And, you know, it was a controversial game and in some ways much more controversial than Grand Theft Auto back in the day.
The polls are closed, the votes are counted, and the most controversial game of all time is the Grand Theft Auto series. That's right. Grand Theft Auto humiliates the competition and is officially the most controversial game ever made. That wraps up this episode of Filter. Remember, the opinions expressed on this show are yours, not mine. So make your vote count on future episodes by logging on to the Filter show page at g4tv.com/filter. Until then, I'm Diane Mizzota, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, my girlfriend gets upset when I'm playing it in the nighttime. He will stay for hours in front of the TV. He will not eat anything. He will not go to the bathroom unless he has to. I've seen this guy. He's like 10 hours, man. He's still playing it until like 2 o'clock, and it's like I gotta go to work. I'll save it here, and it would be an hour later until I'd save it, and then I wouldn't eat or anything. 3 o'clock in the morning, this guy's still up, man.
good to compete 8,000 feet up and 8,000 miles apart together. It's good to try a frontside 7 stale fish to improve your worldwide rank together. It's good to laugh at gravity together. Amp 2, rated E for everyone. It's good to play together.
Customize your own machine and race through 20 gravity-defying courses at ridiculous speeds. F-Zero GX. The future of racing is in your hands. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for Teen. GameCube.
This week on Pringle's Cheat Sheet, we take you to the Big Easy for NCAA March Madness 2003. Few sporting events rival the intensity and pressure of tourney time. But with X's and O's from top coaches like Billy Donovan and Roy Williams, your chances of cutting down the nets after the final buzzer just got a lot better. So whether you're into half-court sets or running and gunning, we've got the skinny on how to take home the title. NCAA March Madness is customizable, allowing users to fine-tune the gameplay for a more accurate sim of college hoops. Either during a game or from the main menu, you can go to options and adjust the game settings. Regardless of what skill level you're playing on, scroll down and change blocks, layups, dunks, accuracy, and aggression to 25, approximately 1/4 of the slider bar. Now players' skill levels will be more true to their position. The key to success is in executing offensive plays and calling defensive sets. You'll have to use teamwork to create an open jump shot or to smother them with a pressing zone defense.
With the J.
On offense, press the D-pad up to run a post-up play and feed your big man the ball in the post. Click the D-pad left for a three-point play and rotate the ball in the perimeter till your best shooter is open for a three-pointer. D-pad right will run the highly effective pick-and-roll play, where a teammate will screen your defender so you can roll free to shoot or to pass. Finally, the D-pad down will call for an isolation play with your teammates drawing the defense away and leaving you one-on-one to beat your man off the dribble. On defense, don't waste your time on man defenses. A good zone defense will be your team's basic set. Double tap the D-pad right for a 2-3 zone. Remember, you're part of a team. If you freelance and chase the ball, the defense will break down. Stay home and guard your zone for whatever position you're playing. Double tap the D-pad down for a half-court trap, and double team the ball handler on the perimeter to create turnovers. In for 3! That's it for Pringle's Cheat Sheet.
Today on X-Play, Kung Fu and nudity in Psy Girls. And something gets lost in translation in Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space.
Whose rectum is that?
Did he say rectum? It's game time. Please welcome the hosts that stay crunchy in milk, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
Yep, some of them are soggy.
We're crunchy.
Welcome to X-Play.
On today's show, we have Mobile Suit Gundam. Yes, giant robots piloted by anime teens in space.
And a wave riding game for fans of aquatic fun.
And we have a racing game with licensed cars that actually show damage.
Plus the re-release of a survival horror classic from the Dreamcast. Now, how has it held up after all these years?
But we kick things off with something the fanboys really seem to enjoy. Scantily clad women. It's all you, Adam.
Thank you, Morgan. Konami's new game, Psy Girls, is based on a line of attractive, anatomically exaggerated action figures. There's a busty thief and a busty ninja. And, just watch this review.
In a dark future world, the only hope in the struggle against an evil, faceless corporation is a reject from a shampoo commercial. Oh, and a hot ninja chick. Because nothing says futuristic stealth action like a hot ninja chick raiding a feudal Japanese mansion. Meet Ice and Asaka, stars of Psy Girls. They don't mind the fanboys leering at them. Really.
We are nothing but puppets anyway. They use us up and throw us away.
Cygirls gets its name from the character's ability to dive into cyberspace to retrieve files nobody can get from the outside.
And not even the best hacker in the world can get in from outside.
Didn't I just say that?
I'll make sure to charge them plenty for this.
And yes, if you play this game, you'll pay too. To get to cyberspace access points, you have to negotiate dozens of bland corporate hallways, filled with dozens of bland corporate guards and cute robotic vacuum cleaners. Which, taken by itself, would be mildly amusing. Ice is a crack shot, and Asaka has some kick-ass finishing moves. But wait, there's more. You also get lots and lots of annoying puzzles.
It didn't do anything, huh?
Okay, well, then let's run over here and try this switch. Okay, now we're in business. And here's where the game comes to a screeching halt, over and over.
You remember the control room on the way here. Go back there and operate the shutter.
In what can best be described as completely ass-backwards level design, you are forced to backtrack huge distances over and over to find some random switch or another.
Piece of junk!
Yeah, our thoughts exactly. But when you finally do find the advanced computer terminal hidden in the feudal Japanese mansion, you get a few minutes of the best this game has to offer. The cyberspace levels are a welcome change, giving you all sorts of neat cyber superpowers to play with. But they are very short, and then you're back to the bland corporate hallways to hack your way through a few more guards. Really, really smart guards. Hey, you never know what's gonna jump out of that corner. And what's with all the robotic vacuum cleaners? It's kinda sad when the best product placement your game can get is the Roomba.
Let's not be any more stupid than we already have been, alright?
Time to wrap things up, so we're just gonna hit one more switch puzzle and let loose a 2 out of 5.
In an interview with Play magazine, the costume designer for Cygirls said, and I quote, "When a female character's level of skin exposure is high, users will tend to view that character as stupid."
So Ice must be dumb as a bag of hammers.
But hey, who's to say that a highly intelligent and technologically proficient super spy can't have her bosom hanging out when she's kicking ass? I mean, aside from the basic laws of gravity, I mean.
Darn puritanical laws of gravity.
Right.
Ooh.
Well, anyway, if you aren't into cleavage, maybe you're into giant robots in space. It's based on the long-running Mobile Suit Gundam, and it's got a title I love to say. Here's our review of Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space.
Space. Amuro, let's do it.
Mobile Suit Gundam has been around for about a billion years. There are 80,000 different storylines, plot arcs, characters, and giant robots to memorize.
Use the camel and the swammel to get the Trojan horse.
So, if you don't have a PhD in Gundamology, Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space is going to be confusing.
A battle in North America ends the life of Garma Zabi, a son of the ruling Zabi family. Later on in Asia, guerrilla warfare expert Ramba Ra leads the Zeon forces.
Oh good, it's the opening cutscene and I'm already completely friggin' lost. Let's just say that big robots carrying guns, swords, and shields turned out to be the best implements of war the Japanese could think of.
Through the fates of war, the Federation ship is crewed and operated by civilian youths.
Oh yeah, and they're all piloted by children. Joy. The single-player campaigns follow the events during and after the 1-Year War. You don't know what the 1-Year War is? It doesn't matter. It's giant robots fighting each other.
Whose Rickdom is that?
I don't know, dude. You take control of a mobile suit and fly linear missions. Sometimes you'll be whizzing through space taking down targets. This on-rails part of the game plays a little bit like Panzer Dragoon Orta, except not as good. Most of the time, you're given complete control of your mobile suit as you square off against a bunch of enemies. Basically, you just shoot and dodge. Or whack things with a lightsaber and dodge. The shooting part is easy. Too easy, actually, thanks to a targeting system that makes aiming pointless. You could be surrounded by enemies, and your targeting computer will cheerfully zero in on some guy picking his nose halfway across the galaxy.
Take that!
You can't turn auto-aim off, but that would mean you have to steer your mobile suit yourself. And you don't want to do that because the controls suck.
Are you coming?
You also have a secondary weapon that has all the power of an intergalactic pea shooter.
I can't stay depressed for the rest of my life.
Way to look on the bright side, kid. At least during some of the more harrowing battles later in the game, you're accompanied by cheesy J-pop. That's always a plus. It's good stuff, isn't it? Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space is a mediocre action title coasting on the popularity of the Gundam franchise. It gets a 2 out of 5. Okay, so the game sucks, but here's some explosions for you.
There!
That is one catchy bit of J-pop. Yes, my sweet, yes, my sweetest.
Hey, let's save it for the single. Okay, Gundam is a game with more explosions than naked ladies. Now, do the Psygirl developers know about this?
Well, I hope not. Well, at least they aren't giant robots with metal cleavage in space. No one wants to see an Autobot with a rack.
Boobies in disguise.
Yeah. Coming up, wave riding in Carve. Yep, that's the real title.
Rated M for mature.
Hey!
Play with a friend or play with yourself. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Tecmo. 100% games.
For hot beaches, there's no power greater than X.
Two hosts to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That sounds sinister and bondagey.
Yeah.
Welcome back to X-Play.
In our never-ending quest to bring you every extreme sports title the gaming industry has to offer, we once again find ourselves reviewing a wave riding game.
Oh, it's one of the first wave riding games since the unfortunately titled Splashdown, Rides Gone Wild. And this one also has a sad title. Here's a review of Carve.
The world needs another jet ski simulation like it needs another hole in the head. And then enters Carve.
Okay, so this is X-Play, right? So you're expecting me to make some silly pun about the name Carve, like I'm gonna carve a turkey with this game, or I'm gonna carve my initials into Adam's forehead. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna do it.
Morgan?
Yes, Adam?
You already did?
Oh, right. Well, back to the review.
Okay, the action in Carve simply revolves around outpacing opponents and placing as the top-ranked contestant in competitive events. First off, if you're out for an immediate thrill, stick to the quick start or arcade mode. But tournament is where the meat of the experience lies. This is where you'll get right down to the crucial business at hand, unlocking tricks and tracks. Before hitting the surf, though, you'll have to choose a team and alter ego from 4 groups. The Venta are whizzes at pulling off stunts. The Tsunami are the speediest, Para Riders have the strongest defense, and the Inferno are the most effective at ramming. Although every driver is ranked on speed, blocking, and tricks, you won't notice a lot of changes in how a character handles. A bleach blonde white guy in shades? Aggressive African American chick? A lot of originality went into these people. While courses aren't exceptionally large, they do have character. Gunning it through icy caverns, shipwrecked oil tankers, and city canals is definitely fun. Plus, you need to carve around obstacles such as the narrow pathways and destructible crates. Yes, crates. What the hell are crates doing floating in the water? What is this, Jersey's new waterfowl? Successfully doing tricks off ramps or during brief moments of grace awards you speed boosts, known as rush bonuses. Now, there is some strategy to the experience. Whether you're avoiding foes' wakes, which slow craft down, or skirting around colored buoys, which deduct from the lap timer, you'll soon realize Carve isn't just a mindless exercise in throttle revving. While the game does have a few aces up its sleeve, like Xbox Live support, this is largely a pedestrian offering in an already tired genre. But given the $20 price tag, there's much worse in the bargain bin. X-Play gives Carve a slightly soaked 3 out of 5.
Well, at least it's cheap.
Well, cheap is good, but you know what's better?
What?
Visiting our website, techtv.com/xplay.
Wow, we really have no shame when it comes to plugging ourselves.
That's right. Ladies, I'm a winner.
Up next, keeping it simple in Toka Race Driver 2.
The vaunted Imperial walkers do have a weakness. Slice open their gut, and you'll bring them to their knees. Be smart, be victorious.
Rebel Strike, rated teen.
Hall of Famer. Top seed. Choreographer. Mastermind. Hero. World champion. Pilot. All-pro. Entertainer. What do you want to be when you grow up? Rated E for everyone. PlayStation 2, the only place to play.
Finally, Destructo is now complete. Destructo, come to me. Attack mode. Attack mode. Attack mode. No, attack mode. No. Attack mode. Hold. Attack mode. No, Destructo, hold. Attack mode.
Because you're too lazy to change the channel. It's Adam Setzler and Morgan Webb.
Welcome back to X-Play.
We are back with a sequel to 2002's Pro Race Driver.
Except the sequel is called Toka Race Driver 2. It's a European thing.
So is being stinky. Anyway, they changed the name, but that's not the important part. The important part is that it has licensed cars that show damage and it affects performance.
Yes, after playing game after game where you can drive a Mustang into a wall or off a cliff with nary a scratch, it's nice to see a game where you can totally destroy real cars, and it feels good.
Oh, so good. Here's our preview of Toka Race Driver 2. Left, right, accelerate, the basics, check. So, do you remember last year's Race Driver? Huh? Nonetheless, Codemasters is back with the sequel anyway.
You want to change a gear? Hit the white button.
This time, however, Toka Race Driver 2 has a real chance at leaving a lasting impression on the minds of race car loving gamers. I'm out of control! I'm out of control again! There are easily just as many different types of races as there are games that emulate them. And in an effort to please, well, pretty much everybody, Codemasters is going to jam as many different kinds of races and cars as they can into just one game. Set to be anything but forgettable, Toka Race Driver 2 is a significant step up from its predecessor, sporting a hefty 31 separate championships, a wide array of racing events, 35 cars, and 48 tracks. This is far from a lightweight racer.
What was that? What exactly was that?
You'll play an up-and-coming race driver with a very opinionated coach and skilled team of mechanics.
Here's where we are now, and here's where we want to be.
Before and after each race, you'll be treated to cinematic advice and performance commentary to let you know exactly how well you're doing and what you need to improve on.
Right now, my friend, you have got potential, but that's about it.
Although career modes are common in racing games, an actual storyline is certainly unusual and should give the game a nice distinction.
Thanks for the drink, Scotty.
Are you always this annoying, or is this a treat?
The new game promises an awful lot of vehicles to jet around in, but more importantly, while the physics ride the usual line between simulation and arcade, for once, smashing your car up actually makes a difference with performance.
Careful, son. You won't get away with crashes like that.
Not only is it hard to navigate with a cracked windshield, but banging your car up will affect handling and power and eventually stop you dead.
Jeez, that's no driving, son. That's vandalism.
Toss in the ability to compete online via the Xbox Live, and you have all the elements for one sweet little racer. And we were able to play a little game I like to call Bring the Race to a Crawl or None Shall Pass. None shall pass. None shall pass. Definitely shaping up to be a contender on the Xbox. Toka Race Driver 2 should hit stores very soon. Now, this game does have one of the most detailed story modes we've seen in a racing title, so it'll be interesting to see how that portion of the game winds up when it comes out.
Yes, look for a full review of Toka when it comes out.
Until then, prepare yourself, because after the break, we have the re-release of a survival horror classic.
It was scary back in the day, but then again, E.T. was scary when I was little. Now he sort of looks like a short, naked guy with a pot belly and a fondness for Reese's Pieces.
No, that's pretty scary. What?
Coming up, putting the fun back into the Oedipus complex.
And now, the competition you've all been waiting for, hand-to-hand combat. Your wildest dreams come true in Dead or Alive Ultimate and Xbox Live. Real-time online action across town and across the globe. Get your double disc collector's edition now, rated M for mature. Dead or Alive Ultimate, fighting for global peace one kick at a time.
Ready to fight! Left and punch, right and kick, hit him with your dragon stick! Uppercut! Uppercut! Fireball! Fireball! Finish him!
The #1 cause of eye strain on cable. It's Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb.
That means you're watching. Ha! Welcome back to X-Play.
Think back all the way back to the year 2000. Bill Clinton was still president, the Thong Song was a huge hit, and Resident Evil Code Veronica was a success on the Dreamcast.
I guess the Dreamcast, it's like an old girlfriend you broke up with a long time ago, but you still think of them fondly until you pay those legal fees.
Anyway, in the year 2000, Code Veronica looked fine.
We were all like, dude, check out these sweet graphics and ignore that crappy camera.
Yeah, 4 years later, the game is being re-released on the GameCube, and, well, we might have been wearing beer goggles.
Big beer goggles. Here's a review of Resident Evil Code Veronica X for the GameCube. Enter an odious realm where evil is always in residence. A horrible world of corporate cannibalism. A place where you'll be chewed more than your mother's Salisbury steak. Where bodily fluid will flow more liberally than A1 on flavorless meatloaf. Enter the aging game space of Resident Evil Code Veronica X, where everything is as it was and nothing has been made current at all. Umbrella up, game fans, it's raining guano as Veronica X plods from a GameCube near you in all its year 2000 original release splendor. It's moaning zombies ahoy as you navigate the endless archipelagos of dimly lit dread, killing and collecting on the road to salvation. In the year 2000, this game had a creepy charm, as evil perverted innocence and mangled corpses leapt at you from the shadows. In 2004, fear is replaced with brain-clearing frustration as you flip the switch on some gizmo, only to realize you're missing the butternut squash of destiny necessary to spring someone from a locked room or door. This means backtracking through a bazillion doors, ladders, and giant worm obstacles to get back to that damn thing you forgot in order to continue. Walking and running mechanics are also made faithfully frustrating as you move, stick, and press buttons wildly trying to target the wandering Legion-covered skin suits that block your path. Of course, if you're packing enough heat, none of that will really concern you much. As you immerse yourself in the drama of the storyline, you'll discover Claire Redfield has to deal with this whimpering post-puber.
I can't!
And this sadistic fun guy with a wicked sense of humor.
You don't fool me!
all clothed in the fruity sweetness of a Days of Our Lives melody line. Welcome to the Days of Our Deceased, brought to you by your friends at Lime Away Corpse Cleanser. Cut, stop the game. I want to get off. Awkward controls, sleepy puzzles, aggravating targeting, and endless backtracking. What's to love here, folks? Especially for the less than reissue price tag of $39.99. For those of you this game gave that creepy feeling to all the way back in 2000, you can have that nostalgia back again. For us, its expiration date is long past. We give it a 1 out of 5. That's a unique dramatic twist. This game looks older than the zombies in it.
You know, they totally remade the first Resident Evil for the GameCube, and it looked great. But they couldn't be bothered to spruce up Code Veronica, which is arguably the best installment in the series. Okay.
Okay, normally at this point we'd open up some sort of angry or scathing viewer mail, but we've had enough horror today.
So instead, we're opening something nice that one of the fans sent to Adam.
A fan sent me something? Have we checked it for explosives or powder or
No.
knives?
No. Today's viewer mail is from Jonathan. He writes, "Hello, Mr. Sessler. My name is Jonathan D. Gordon. I'm one of the nation's top artists. I did this portrait of you a while ago. The chance to create the image of my favorite TV host with a video game spin was just too good to pass up." Isn't that nice?
That is nice.
So then he sent you this. It's you as Sam Fisher. I like the night goggle look on you. It's very rugged.
No, I look like rugged and cool. I mean, I have this look on my face like I could kill you in the shadows all silent, but I'm going to sit here in the corner and preen because saving the world isn't that important to me.
Yeah, well, apparently you're wearing brown contacts because Adam sort of has blue eyes, but...
I don't really have blue eyes. Well, they're brown.
Yes,
anyway,
I
it's
do.
very kind. You're the first fan to send me a flattering portrait, and it's by one of the nation's top artists. So
That's
thank you very
impressive.
much. You don't know how actually happy that makes me.
If you'd like to send Adam some fan art of your own, visit our website, techtv.com/xplay, and send him some nice things, please. He likes to be tall and rugged.
And yeah, make me feel better. Tall. I want a couple of muscles.
Yeah.
And women draping off of me, like it was like a
Now we're just
members
getting a
only
little
jacket.
ridiculous, Adam.
Or maybe like a sweater tied around
We're
my
hitting his
neck.
fantasy
All
world.
right. Anyway, go to our website. Also, sign up for a newsletter there.
Yes, and we have an archive of feature segments, like, of course, Naked Write-In.
Anime porn.
And we even have cheat codes.
Plus, we have some outtakes. If you liked our Lifeline review, the voice-activated game that had me screaming at my PlayStation 2, we've got a whole lot of extra gameplay from that. It's entertaining if you like to watch me suffer.
It actually is absolutely hysterical, and I do like to watch Adam suffer. So go to our website, techtv.com/xplay. Till then, keep
Doodle me
gaming.
something. Just scribble me a happy
Good night.
Arena. Ready, go team.
Lock and load because the search for our new arena champion begins with a clash.
Gamma starts the round off by showing some gymnastics skills.
They are getting tons of kills, and they even tied up the second round.
Look at that!
Cade is not giving up.
Ryu lands a major hit on Kyo. The pressure is on.
Arena, tomorrow at 11 p.m., powered by the Intel Pentium 4 processor.
I kind of see video games kind of like the evolution of movies and storytelling. You get to immerse yourself in a world, any world you want. I don't remember a time without games. I mean, I'm 24, Nintendo came out in '85, we had an Atari before then, we had a Commodore 64 before, you know. So I've always been around games, always. Pong, I remember playing Pong. Hours and hours at Galaga. My favorite game, by the way, is Galaga still, by far.
Become one with the game. iToy Anti-Grab, where your whole body is the controller. Rated E for everyone.
This is a story about pioneers.
There's going to be no way that there's not an id chapter when they get around to writing the history of interactive entertainment.
Every title that they release becomes a reference standard for the industry.
Demon killing.
You're a space marine fighting your way to and through hell and back.
Incredible graphics.
The new engine for Doom 3, it's really revolutionary in the fact that it gives us the power to really create just about anything that we can imagine.
They're just sitting there sometimes with their mouth open, just going, this is incredible.
And a legendary gaming franchise.
If you're going to list out the top 5 franchises in video gaming history, Doom's going to be on the list.
Every gamer on the planet right now wants to get their hands on Doom 3.
This is the history of Doom. It's May 5th, 1991, and a small company in Mesquite, Texas called id Software makes a big impact with Wolfenstein 3D.
It was not the first 3D game. It was not even id's first 3D game, but it was the first 3D game to really hit a national and even international audience. And it was done in a way that had impact. People weren't ready for it.
Games that to this point really hadn't looked anything like Wolfenstein did, and compared to today's standards, that's not that great. But at the time, this was just a revolution.
Wolfenstein 3D was the first real good example of id growing into a role as the originator of a genre and feeling confident about their humor level and their talent level, and really, unloading a lot of those skills on the genre they'd invented.
But Wolfenstein is just a warm-up. On December 10th, 1993, id Software releases an even bigger blockbuster, Doom.
The original Doom was really good because it was kind of the first game that kind of gave everyone a glimpse to the future of what games, would be like.
Deathmatch was an id terminology. The word probably existed beforehand, but was popularized by Doom. When people talk about frags and all the other terminologies, they're hearkening back to things that were set in place by Doom.
We enjoyed the jump to the more kind of horror action with Doom, and of course it was also driven by what we were watching at the time. Doom was always about aliens and Evil Dead.
There is no real way, to my knowledge, to estimate how many people have downloaded and played Doom shareware. I think you could make a very, very good argument that Doom was probably the most played computer game of all time, just because of all the people who downloaded it for free.
Doom will rack up more than 10 million downloads in its lifetime. id follows up with Doom 2 1 year later, but then takes a break from the franchise to release Quake in 1996.
Quake in its day was an absolutely phenomenal engine to debut with. It was just raw technology that you would look at and say, we haven't seen anything like this on the PC before. And then they took it a step further. It was actually brilliant fun to play in multiplayer, and really created the multiplayer shooter as a phenomenon event.
id Software's games in general appeal to fans because they put out next generation technology with their new big games, and they're able for PC gamers to take gaming where it hasn't been before.
I was certainly a strong advocate of getting good 3D acceleration in early on, and we went out of our way to do some of the early things like the rendition version of Quake, the original GL Quake, being freely released.
id continues to push the boundaries of technology with the release of Quake 2 in December 1997 and Quake 3 Arena in 1999.
Quake was central in convincing every serious PC gamer you had to have at least a decent 3D card, and preferably the latest and greatest.
Really the big thing was when we went to Quake 3 requiring hardware acceleration on there, and that was again a somewhat gutsy move at the time because there had been a few hardware-only games, but they had been these small niche products that generally hadn't been very successful.
But once you were past that hurdle, you were never going back, and PC gaming changed forever because that was the only way to play a shooter if you were serious at all.
And Quake 3 was looked at in a lot of people's eyes as a bellwether of, is this going to be okay to do this at this time? And while Quake 3 wasn't our largest success, it was certainly a big enough success that everybody looked at and said, yeah, you could still take advantage of the hardware features and still be very successful.
Every title that they release becomes a reference standard for the industry. It raises the bar once again.
id Software is ready to start its next game, but the small developer must first face its inner demons.
only thing faster than his meteoric rise to fame was his tragic fall from grace. Given a second chance at G4, Pocan takes his life off pause and gets back in the game.
Yeah, he definitely has his bad days, you know, like when he forgets to eat and stuff. These young guys could learn a lot from this Pocan. He's a real pro.
It was his game experience that really caught my eye. Well, that and the fact that he's Panda Bear.
The new millennium is just around the corner, and id Software is going through some birthing pains.
Every project, but the last couple ones we had been considering, well, is it time to remake Doom with new technology and all that? At the end of Quake 3, we did have a little bit of an internal spat over where we were going with the next project. The only kind of foregone conclusion was that it was going to be single-player focused because there was a good contingent in the company that wasn't happy with the Quake 3 kind of activity level of gameplay.
We wanted to really create this scary, intense, action-packed horror game, and everybody is much more afraid when they're alone.
But there was still debate over exactly what we were going to do, and it did come down to a point where we had a big forced issue about it where I wasn't at all comfortable with the alternate project that was being pushed on there, and it wasn't clear that we could come up with a clear, unified company direction on something brand new. And every project, but the last couple ones we had been considering, well, is it time to remake Doom with new technology?
John, when he was doing research on what the next generation of technology from id was going to be, came to the conclusion that he was going to be able to realize sort of the vision that he had in his mind's eye when he came up with the original idea for Doom, in that we could use and leverage that technology to really create this intense action horror game and make a really scary version of Doom.
Originally, I was opposed to the idea. I was a bit concerned that the team that we had, which was a bit in transition, wasn't going to be able to really push Doom in a direction to sort of live up to the title.
So I just kind of made that the stand and said, now's the time. We can do some really radically better stuff with new technology now.
In hindsight, my opposition was absolutely wrong. The decision was great.
Bringing back Doom is an exceptional challenge.
We've got you, Dark Star. You are set for lockdown. Welcome back.
If there was a Hall of Fame in computer gaming, I can say with all the humility in the world that there's absolutely a place at the top, or certainly near it, for Doom and Doom 2. And, there's almost a reluctance to go back and mess with the formula, almost like, a Hall of Fame running back coming out of retirement. Is he going to just sort of destroy his legacy?
Doing Doom 3 was a very tall order because Doom was such a mega successful game that we really had to evaluate what we wanted to do. What do our fans really want us to bring back from the original? And then what can we add to the new Doom 3 to make it, so much better?
You have a game that people become it becomes a part of their life, and they spend so many hours playing with it, they almost develop some sense of a relationship with the game itself, that they have some ownership of it. And so they feel like that they almost have, some say in how the game ought to be taken going forward, because, hey, look, I played this game for, 1,000 hours of my life.
People get obsessive with everything that comes out of id. People are obsessive about id. Id's games are great. One of the reasons people respect id is that id never turns its back on quality. Everything that comes out is going to be good.
People get so emotionally attached, and then they get afraid of, well, if it's not the exact game, or if it's not as good or better, if it's not their interpretation of what the next game ought to be like, and they get afraid that we're going to do something different with it. They don't want to see the next game come out because they just want to sort of freeze time and have Doom be the way it was when, they had all these great experiences in their life, and don't want to have anything to sort of spoil that memory. We definitely understand, people's emotional attachment to the properties, because we feel it too, and at least as strong as they do.
On June 1st, 2000, work begins on making Doom 3 a worthy successor to the legendary franchise.
You're not gonna live. It will be painful.
You're doomed.
3, rated M for mature. Now on Xbox.
G4 TV for gamers and Tech TV are connecting to form the only network taking digital entertainment to the next level.
Sound fun?
I love video games. Plugged in to every aspect of games, gear, gadgets, and gigabytes.
That was unexpected, right?
Okay.
You're watching G4 Tech TV.
G4 Tech TV. Stay connected. For more information, go to g4techtv.com.
It's the new millennium, and id Software is hard at work on Doom 3.
The first year of Doom, after I had laid down the very basic technology, I was always saying that there's kind of like a tripod of features and technology that's going to make Doom what it is. There's the unified lighting and shadowing, there's the more complex animation and scripting which will show off that lighting and shadowing on there, and then there's the GUI surfaces which add the extra level of interactivity to the game, and all of those really proved out correct.
The new engine, for Doom 3 is it's really revolutionary in the fact that it gives us the power to really create just about anything that we can imagine.
Okay, there's a few things we need to take care of first.
And id pieces together the game's new storyline with the help of science fiction writer Matthew Costello.
We actually contracted a professional science fiction writer to help us with the story. That was a first for id.
He left you no choice. True. But this is the last time.
After we laid the basic story foundation down, we storyboarded all the action. That also was the first for id.
We knew we wanted to take the Doom story, the original Doom story, and the Doom environment, and sort of bring that into the future.
Amazing things will happen here soon. You just wait.
The story in Doom takes place as if the first two never happened. So it's very important that fans realize that this is not Doom 3, after Doom 2 Hell on Earth. This is Doom 3, whereas Doom and Doom 2 never happened.
And so we knew we had those elements to work with, like the UAC, a research facility, Martian landscape.
The player is back on Mars, and the UAC is conducting some super secret teleportation technology.
UAC scientists have made discoveries that will forever change human existence. Then something went terribly wrong.
Through some miscalculations and some arrogance, the UAC opens a portal to hell.
When we started thinking about what direction to go with that, we looked at different movies that we felt like that would portray those demonic elements, monster elements, the Martian landscape, the weapons that we felt we'd have, things like that.
We've really kind of taken a new approach on the old story. We've answered some questions like, where did the UAC come up with the technology? What's the demon's motivation? I mean, we've really expanded all of those aspects and made a really, engrossing story.
And some old enemies make a return, along with a few new surprises.
With the ultra-realistic looking, textures and monsters, we could bring those original demons that people love so much from Doom back, with just larger-than-life quality.
There's quite a few little elements that popped up here and there in Doom 3. There's a number of textures, from little tech textures or some evil wall textures or satanic symbols and things like that.
The original Doom demons are very classic in themselves. We knew that we had to bring the great ones back, like the Cyber Demon and the Pinky Demon. We decided which ones we wanted to bring back, and then Ken Scott took those and started to draw the newer, updated versions in concept art.
The Imp character people remember from the original Doom, the Cacodemon, which is that big, it's like a big strawberry in the original Doom. He's quite a bit more scary in Doom 3.
But besides bringing back some of the original classics, we actually came up with some new ones and some brand new, fresh demons that no one's ever seen before.
But gamers won't be facing these demons empty-handed.
All of the weapons from the original Doom are in Doom 3, and we've added a few new ones. It's a good feeling to bring up that Doom shotgun, bust open a door, and go into a room with demons. So I think fans of the original will definitely appreciate that.
In 2001, Doom is revealed to the public for the first time at Macworld in Tokyo. But the game makes an even bigger splash when id Software takes it to E3 in 2002.
The year that Doom 3 came out, people couldn't sit still. You would come out, you would tell people about what you had seen, how real it looked, how it was maybe Shrek quality animation and graphics. And they'd look at you blank-faced because there's no way it could be real.
We had a 15-minute in-game kind of demo play, and we had seats, and it was real dark, and it really kind of made the fans realize that the game's scary, that the game has movie quality, that it's over-the-top action. It really helped kind of deliver the message that what Doom was. Everybody knew what Doom, the original Doom was, but they never knew what direction that we were taking with Doom 3. And this gave us the opportunity to show that direction.
When it went out there and it just had this amazing reception on there, they're just sitting there sometimes with their mouth open, just going, this is incredible.
People didn't believe it was real. The E3 judges, they had to come up to us and say, okay, would you like to go try it? Or would you like to see us play it so we can prove to you that this is not a fake, this is a real thing?
We received great feedback. We won 5 awards that year at E3. It was a fantastic E3 for us.
But just as id Software returns from a triumphant E3 showing, the unthinkable happens.
Q, we have a competitor in the world of high-tech gadgetry.
I'll investigate. The fox is in the hen house. Superior communication devices. Sophisticated surveillance equipment. Advanced combat simulators. Activating camouflage.
See the latest technology at Best Buy today. Get Die Another Day on DVD June 3rd.
Not long after E3 2002 wraps up with a phenomenal showing for Doom, a leaked version of id's new project appears on the internet.
We would get mail from people saying, I played the demo and it had all these problems. Whatever, it's not a demo, it was a stolen, leaked executable.
The notorious sort of Doom 3 alpha wasn't really even an alpha at all. It was actually a build of the game that had been built up for E3 that I'm not exactly sure how it got out. People got a hold of that, and of course, it began to distribute over the internet.
We'd obviously prefer that something like that never happen, but it doesn't really hurt us that much. It's a distraction when we have to worry about running damage control and spinning some of the issues in there.
Today, we can look back on it, and as bad as it seemed at the time is that we've certainly been able to overcome.
But I don't think that there's going to be anybody that got a hold of that for some reason that won't buy the game because they saw that. It's obviously too far away, too much of it has changed since then.
id forges ahead, making advances in a new area.
Audio in our games has always been, clearly second fiddle to rendering. But as computers have gotten faster and faster, that couple percent that we devote to audio has gotten more and more capable.
One thing that we've done in Doom 3 that's very cool is we have a true 6-channel surround sound. And that gives us the ability to have sound and audio cues that happen around the player. So like, for instance, if a demon is sneaking up behind you, you can hear them. You're walking through a dark corridor and you'll hear whispers that circle you. It really kind of gets the player into the game because they're like in a wave of sound.
And Chris Brenna, the former drummer for 9 Inch Nails, is brought in to lend his talent to the music in Doom 3.
In Doom 3, the music is a little bit different than what we've done in previous titles. Usually, what we had is like a soundtrack that looped throughout the entire level or area that you're in. But in Doom 3, what we try to do is kind of make the world around you almost musical in its ambient sense. It's all kind of very, very different, very fluid, very changing and unique.
id's new game is also being developed for the Xbox.
The original core rendering decisions for Doom were influenced very specifically by the capabilities of the Xbox. We knew at the time what the Xbox was going to be like coming out, and the rendering of what we do with geometry and surfaces and textures and all that was crafted around something that was going to be efficient on the Xbox.
One of the great things about the Xbox is the technology in the Xbox is very similar to the technology that John looked at when he architected the engine. So All the features that you see in the PC version will be in the Xbox version. Dynamic lights, the physics, the bump mapping. Now, of course, there will be things that are different, but I believe that people that don't have a PC that have an Xbox will still be able to enjoy what the PC people will be raving about.
Doom 3 is shown again at E3 in 2003 and 2004. Each time it appears, attendees are awed. Work on the game begins to wrap up.
I'm sure it's going to be a huge release when everything gets out here, but everyone should be really looking forward to getting the game out on the shelves because the response should be just really phenomenal.
Every gamer on the planet right now wants to get their hands on Doom 3.
What I've been most proud of in Doom is the way that the technologies all kind of come together and really provided a seamless experience, whether you're playing the game, searching, fighting the monsters, or interacting with the GUIs. It's all come together to be a very nice kind of seamless package for the player.
The thing that makes me the happiest is when people come to id, they play the game and they say, you know what, that was great. It was better than I thought it was going to be.
And before Doom 3 is even out the door, the team at id is already looking to the future.
We have decided we're not going to go back and do a Doom 4 or another Quake game, which is, Quake 4 is already in development at Raven, and Return to Castle Wolfenstein, basically the sequel to that, is a project that's already in the works at another studio as well. So our job will be making something new, and we've decided we're going to do a new IP, a new brand for id.
After any project, I've usually got a pretty big list of technologies to explore. There's other just wild research ideas that I'm going to be pursuing on there.
The next project is actually already in the works. We have some rough ideas. We started on some very simple concept art. We are a small team. We make games to stay in business, and that's what we need to do. So we will start on the next title relatively quickly.
I think 20 years from now, we're going to look back at id as being a fundamental source for all that is great about interactive entertainment, and that there's going to be no way that there's not an id chapter when they get around to writing the history of interactive entertainment.
Phone, 1.2 megapixel camera and holds 5,000 MP3s.
Wow, that's really impressive. Hold on a second, sorry. Hello? Yeah, hey, I'm in the middle of lunch. Can I call you back? All right, cool, thanks. So that's a lot of MP3s.
Yeah.
See the best, greatest, biggest, shiniest, coolest, and blinkiest new stuff coming next year when the Screensavers goes live at the Consumer Electronics Show January 6th and 7th at 7 Eastern.
Hold on, let me put you on speakerphone.
No.
That's it. Flip to the right. Oh! Oops.
My name is Dave Kramer, and I'm the world record holder for fastest completion of Parking Challenge number 5 in 18-wheeler. It took me months of daily playing to whittle my time down. On my days off, while my wife and son were sleeping, I poured 8+ hours of non-stop gameplay. For some reason, I picked up this game very quickly. I mean, I'm usually pretty good at driving and racing games, but there was something about this. I guess it was just unique. My favorite movie is a no-brainer, Star Wars. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and have been ever since I saw Episode 4 back in '77. I basically play games because it's kind of an escape. The same reason a lot of people read books or watch movies. The way I explain it best to those who don't like games is this. You watch movies, right? What could possibly be better than watching a movie and getting to be the lead? You can control the outcome, and you can try things in games you never could get away with in real life because it might cause some harm.
Wow! Awesome record! You must be a pro! New record!
You cannot steal our Pokemon!
Who will save the Pokemon? Gotta save them. Gotta save them all. You can save the Pokemon. Gotta save them. Gotta save them all.
Some Pokemon have fallen under the spell of an evil organization, and you need to snag them back, make them good again, and train them for battle. Pokemon Coliseum, new for Nintendo GameCube, rated E for everyone.
Ooh, Fellow creatures, our world needs you. The time is now. Let us team up. Let us power up. And maybe even blow up. And stink up.
Pull up, people!
Hot world.
What's this Odyssey 15 for teen?
Two teams remain, but only one wins the game. We'll find out who's got the goods on the Tournament of Champions final episode of Arena! Welcome to Arena, everyone, the show that turns multiplayer games into competitive sport. I'm Lee Raymond, and you're watching the most exciting episode of the season, perhaps the most exciting half hour of television in the history of the medium. Thousands of frags and a trail of false hopes and broken dreams have led to this, our Tournament of Champions finals. We've separated the haves from the have-nots, and all that's left are these two teams, Kaizen and Redneck. So when all is said and done, only one of these squads will sit atop the perch as the ultimate Arena champions. And they'll also be headed to the land of the luau, Hawaii, as the winners of Destination Vacation. Our teams will start out coconut to coconut in DDR Max 2. Then it'll be Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, and I'll bet you it will all come down to Unreal Tournament 2004. So let's get to the action, let's get to the teams, and let's get to my co-host, Kevin, in the console pit. Kevin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bojangles. Now, these guys may be in the finals, but that does not mean that we can't embarrass the hell out of them because we're getting things moving along today with DDR Max 2 on the PlayStation 2. Now, Rhythm is the name of this game, so it goes without saying that this should be pretty damn interesting. Each player will get a chance to shake his moneymaker on the dance pad, and the team with the highest score wins the round. But enough talking, let's get you the boogie in. That's my boogie, bitch. Rick James.
What? Divas, a close relative to D's nuts.
See you every day, just around the way. I'm gonna know the lyrics by the time they play the song.
And here we go, Kevin. DDR Max 2. Eska had established a slight lead, and then a quick flurry by both players puts them dead even.
How is it possible to have a quick flurry when the song moves slower than my bowels?
Well, the thought of your bowels moving will haunt me till the end of the show. And Eska pulls away here.
Oh, the split jump. Both teams missed the split jump, but Kaizen gets it on the second attempt. Excellent job, buddy. And we got a little combo going on for Inano. He's up to 8, but he misses it on the up-down Watusi. And they're holding hands, at least, to show of good sportsmanship. Oh, and out come the tongues. That's disgusting, boys.
So are we.
I saw Ramian dancing to the song at Good Hurt one time. Half-naked, electrical tape over his nipples. It's quite a sight.
And it was Eska for Team Kaizen taking the first round of DDR 2.
You ain't hardcore unless you're wearing a flannel. Oh, yeah.
And round 2's underway.
And finally, a song that requires a pulse, believe it or not. So far, doing very well, very even match. A perfect split jump by Woobs. I'll make mother proud, make father weep.
I was interviewing some of these players earlier prior to the championship, and Woobs says that because they had DDR in their last game, they've actually been practicing, Kevin.
Yeah, that's a good excuse. Just like, oh, because I saw a boy once, that's why I practiced tongue-kissing man. Never mind. They're playing DDR! Men don't play DDR.
And Woobs with some fantastic point totals. And then practice pays off as a stellar performance by Woobs.
3.
Is there such thing as good boy band tryouts? And Team Kaizen can wrap it up here, Kevin.
I'm getting a kick watching Gazebo. Looks like he's stomping cockroaches. $5 says he falls flat on his ass by the end of the song. Apparently forgetting that he has 2 legs, Gazebo just using the right foot to tackle all the notes.
Well, guys, he is actually ahead on points.
Well, that doesn't bode well for Ted offensive dancing skills.
He looks like Yao Ming at the first day of Houston Rockets training camp. These dance animals are dead even.
And here's a split jump gazebo. Oh! Gazebo pulling a little extreme DDR move.
He mixes it up a little bit.
They need to insert a bendy guitar note there. Wow!
You can't get any closer than this, ladies and gentlemen. These point toters are almost identical.
Gazebo's tapping away with it. Oh, perhaps one of the most even matches in DDR we've seen. 20 points is going to make all the difference. And Gazebo dancing around like he belongs on the Domination Creation Station Nation team.
4.
Last round, DDR Max 2. Mac, who apparently is going shoeless or has borrowed a team member's shoes as he started the day in flip-flops.
Track name is Sugaru. I drive one of those.
You're only 21, you idiot.
And this is a tough one. It takes patience to nail that one.
And you can
that massive note, Mac did not get it.
You can steal another man's shoes and you can steal another man's dance moves, but you can't do dance moves in another man's shoes.
Mac doing an excellent job of keeping up with the fast tempo of this song. This is the left one, and he catches it on the right.
Mac is running away with this.
Apparently you can dance in another man's shoes, but you shouldn't sleep in another man's bed.
Looks like he's having an allergic reaction to a swarm of bees. Save yourselves. Your firearms are useless against them. Bees. And that'll wrap it up. Shoeless Joe Mac takes it for Team Kaizen.
Well, I know from looking at the scores that Team Kaizen won, but in terms of rhythm, there are no winners here on the arena because that was just plain ugly. So let's go to Flo, who's standing by with Team Kaizen's Minister of the Macarena. Whoops!
Well, Kevin, I am so excited because today is the ultimate game. But you know what? You didn't seem too happy. You looked actually like you're going to have a little hissy fit there. What was going on?
Well, they set the difficulty to light, and that's just way too easy for me. I mean, standard at heavy would have been way better for me.
Well, you're feeling pretty cocky today, aren't you?
Well, because I know I'm going to win.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to see this. Is that confidence going to carry over to Jedi?
Yeah, we got a few tricks up our sleeves,
Oh, really?
so make us win for sure in this game.
You know what? We met the rest of your team, and also your opponent's Team Rednecks. Let's check them out.
When we first entered this tournament, our opposition, they really weren't that good. We just knocked them down one by one by one. But then as we got to the harder people, we figured out it won't be such a cakewalk, and we'll have to work our plans out and our strategies for each game to come out victorious.
When we went up against Kaizen in the Onslaught, we knew they were going to be good because we've seen them play before. So we didn't want to show them what we're going to do. We didn't want to play too hard, and we wanted to see what they would do. And they work really fast, and they have good aim. So hopefully they'll try to take us on easily, and we'll surprise them with something. When we win our vacation to Hawaii, we'll set up our computers in a way so that we get a nice tan, and maybe have a view of the beach while we play.
Rednecks round up!
That was so awesome.
The qualifying games were really easy. These guys don't play very much, and so we took it to them fast and got it over with so we can play in the finals.
The Rednecks, they really sucked, and they're going to go down really easy. Really easy.
Rednecks obviously don't have a chance. Did you see the other Onslaught map? What was it, 2 minutes? Those fools are toast.
We've been playing Jedi Knight Academy a lot recently.
Me and Mac played online on Xbox Live, and we were so good, everyone thought we were cheating at the game. We were going to have a great time in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, I guess Kaizen has never been accused of being humble, but at this point, they're bordering on downright arrogant. We'll see if that attitude comes back to bite them in the ass later. Now, our teams look like the Star Wars kid on the DDR pads, but that could come in handy in our next game, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. And later, they're gonna lock horns in the game that I bet you will decide it all. Unreal Tournament 2004. It's all coming up in the Tournament of Champions Finals here on Arena.
I built this car with my own 2 hands.
Nous avons subi de terribles pertes
et remporté des victoires magnifiques.
Hemos ganado muchos amigos, pero aún más enemigos.
多くのライバルに圧勝してきた。負けないよ。
Ecco la mia macchina. Credete di riuscire a batterci?
You are the designer. You are the driver. Forza Motorsport. You are what you race. Rated E for everyone.
Hey, what do you got?
Test time!
to Miami!
Yo, my grandma lives in Boca! Say hi to her for me!
Okay!
Take delivery of a Gateway PC with an Intel Pentium 4 processor with HT technology, just $799.99. Act now and we'll throw in a 17-inch flat panel monitor absolutely free.
Oh, hurry up, man. Boss is coming in. Dude, almost got it.
Hey guys, finished testing that game yet? I've got another one I need designed.
We just finished level 3 and need to tighten up the graphics a little bit.
Great.
Hey, I can't believe we got jobs doing this. I know. And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games.
Call Westwood College online, 800-914-8582. That's 914-8582. Call now.
Baby, do these jeans make my butt look big?
No, you just have a really huge ass. The jeans are fine.
Brutally honest, watch X-Play. Today at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Tournament of Champions Finals here on Arena. Now, we're playing for all the marbles, and we've enlisted the help of a member from last year's Ultimate Arena Champions, Ray of Team Zombie. Many of you know him well, and we will meet him in just a minute. Now, it may not have been pretty, but Team Kaizen built up a sizable lead in DDR Max 2. Although you'd be hard-pressed to find a gamer who'd be impressed with their dance moves. So, let's get to a game that will challenge our team's real skills in Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. And a real host, Kevin, is standing by the Xbox Command Center to get it really going. Kavinsky.
Rareman with the quote fingers. It's a beautiful sight. Jedi Knight Jedi Academy is set in the Star Wars universe, and it features all of your favorite characters. Now our teams will go at it in 2-on-2 action, and the weapon of choice, of course, it's the Jedi's bread and butter, the lightsaber. Today's map is Tatooine City, where the tight quarters ensure plenty of action, so grab your colorful shaft of light. Oh, not you, Lee. Let's get to the action of Jedi Knight Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
1.
And Jedi Knight Jedi Academy getting underway here. Joining us here in the booth is Ray of Team Zombie. Good to have you, brother.
Thanks, nice to be here. Same game plan.
This is the first time both teams have played Jedi Knight here in the arena, so it'll be interesting to see what strategies they employ. And we see a little Force Lightning right away coming out of a member of Team Kaizen.
Electric to his face.
And it's 2-on-2 action as all 4 members converge into a central room, splitting off for 1-on-1 battles. And leaping off the wall, a member of the Rednecks. It's Master Shake in hot pursuit of his enemy.
And a quick 1-0 lead by the blue team, Team Kaizen.
Ray, we've seen time and time again in the arena that once a team gets off to an early start, they can carry that momentum with them. How important is that for the mental game?
It's important to get the first key point, just because if you're on top, you can always just change your strategy to defense or just pummel your opponent.
And Kaizen with the 2-0 on top advantage right now.
They prefer the missionary position, and clearly they are dominating here.
What happened?
Eska use a force push, knocking members of Team Rednecks off the wall, and they ricochet under the lift. -2 for the Rednecks as Master Shake and Inanno both get crushed by the elevator.
And a 4-point lead for Team Kaizen here in the Championship of Championships, Kevin.
Inanno's in hot pursuit, spots a member of Team Kaizen.
Get him.
And it's a 2-on-1 battle. And Eska, with an excellent use of his force powers, mows down Inanno for Team Rednecks. It's now 3 to -2.
You guys gotta stay together.
And Ray, you tell me, is this lead too much?
I'd say if it's 3-0, but 3 to -2, that's 5 points. That might be too much. That'll be the knockout blow that they're looking for.
And now both teams have split off. We've got our 1-on-1 battles here. Eska running away, taking some Force Lightning to the back, but he's using his speed power up, and he is running away, and that, to me, Rareman, seems like an excellent strategy. Oh, my Lord, and going for some last-minute points, and the Master Shake and Inanno gets humiliated as Eska single-handedly eliminates both of them.
I smell an MVP.
What's the score on this one, Big D?
That's 5 to -2. Jedi Knight Jedi Academy back underway.
We'll meet you by the X-Wing.
And for Kaizen, if they take this round, Kevin, have all but cinched their name on the plaque.
The plaque, of course, being an 8x10 sheet of printer paper scribbled with crayons, thanks to the arena show budget.
No Stanley Cup, but it's ours.
And Rednecks is off to a blaring start, -1 right off the bat.
Stay away from
By the way, Ray, we'll validate half your parking.
Thank you.
So, Ray, if you're sitting in I'm Freaking Bad and Gazebo's seat, what do they have to do to turn the tide here in Jedi Knight?
I'll tell you what, I saw a lot of double teams the last couple times we played this game, so They got to stick together and watch each other's back.
Saw a bunch of double teams. We don't want to know that you were hanging out by the airport last night.
Mac and Woobs are taking it to a member of Rednecks. Looks like it's I'm Frickin' Bad getting taken down by Mac and Woobs.
Stabbed into his groin.
Oh, walks right into a saber to the fuzzy coin purse. Finally, Gazebo comes to the rescue with a little force lightning and scares the cockroaches away, but
If I'm Team Kaizen, I'll do like hit and run attacks. Maybe go try to like split them up, hit on one guy, back off, grab some health, whatever you gotta do.
And they just took it. The blue team, Team Kaizen, 2 quick kills. Celebrating a little bit.
In and out.
They're doing their virtual version of DDR Max.
oh, look at that, a little twirl of the lightsaber.
Hi. I feel like I'm watching an episode of Queer Eye for the video game playing guy.
Sniper fire.
And Kaizen content to play hide and go seek.
And Kaizen's gonna take the round.
In style, might I add. Well, the trash talking is reaching an all-new high, or perhaps it's a new low, as Team Kaizen was not shy about letting Team Rednecks know that this match was getting out of hand. In fact, Kaizen spent more time posing and earning style points than fighting, and Ray, I don't actually remember the Rednecks scoring any kills. I mean, is this the end for their team?
Well, I'll tell you what, Team Rednecks look worse than a Warren Sapp touchdown dance. At this point, you gotta pull something out. You gotta make something happen.
All right, well, you know, they're down and out, but Team Zombie's been down and out before. How can they actually turn this one around?
We've been down before, get out to a quick loss. And what you gotta do is wipe the slate clean, say, okay, we're gonna win this next match. No excuses, let's go.
And the official Ray opinion on Team Kaizen's tactics, was that low ball? Was that highbrow? What was it?
A little showboat, a little overconfidence. I'm worried that if they don't watch out, they can get upset in the final round.
You heard it, a little concern from Ray, but right now we're gonna go down to Flo, who's standing by with Team Kaizen's Eska.
Thanks, Kevin. This does seem like a massacre at this point, but were you messing with them at the end? I mean, do you think you're getting a little too cocky?
We were definitely messing with them. They didn't really bring anything today, so why not just have some fun with them?
Yeah, but do you think that overconfidence is going to hurt you in UT?
Definitely not. I know we're a lot better at UT than we have been at the other games, and they really haven't improved throughout the day, so I don't think so.
So you're already smelling the sunscreen and feeling the sand in your toes, I guess, Lee?
I don't know, Eska and friends, it seems like they can almost hear the engraver putting Team Kaizen on our imaginary Ultimate Arena Champions trophy, but this match is not over, young man, because Team Rednecks, they've been known to dish out their own brand of humiliation in Unreal Tournament 2004. So when we come back, we'll see if the improbable is possible when the Rednecks try to salvage the match, and it's all coming up right here on Arena.
Celebrate 20 immortal years of Highlander with a spectacular limited edition 20th Anniversary Sword Collection. Now available in Highlander's free 20th Anniversary Sword Catalog. Richie's Rapier, Duncan's Rapier, the Kronos Sword, Amanda's Sword, Ramirez Katana, and Kathix's Sword. Each blade crafted by renowned sword artisan Marto. Perfect for collectors and investors. Order Highlander's free 20th Anniversary Sword Catalog now.
This Wednesday on the G-Spot. It's a hard knock life. Cinematech looks at games from the street.
Hey, chill.
Then X-Play plays doctor with Pariah.
Have a virus.
And enters the scrum with Rugby 2005. Find the G-Spot. Weeknight starting at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arena. Now, before the break, Team Kaizen moved within one round of winning Destination Vacation and the title of Ultimate Arena Champion 2004. But still got a little work to do before they start packing their bags for Hawaii, because Team Rednecks are no slouches when it comes to Unreal Tournament 2004, our last game of this season. So let's see who will emerge with the crown in that final game as we go to Kevin for a final time in the PC ring. Kevin.
All right, thanks, Sparky. Our third and final game today is Unreal Tournament 2004, the newest title in the squad-based first-person shooter series. Now, the mode is Onslaught, where each team must capture and defend nodes while trying to destroy their opponent's power core. Today's map is Dawn, a primordial planet that's still in the early stages of life, so please don't take Raremin's advice and go chomping on the giant mushrooms. All right, let's get to it and see who will emerge, score the PC points, and take the title as Arena Champions in Unreal Tournament 2004.
1.
Everybody's into these nuts. Game on.
Let's do it.
Unreal Tournament 2004, it is Onslaught.
Mac and Eska taking the Manta out together. Eska riding one of the fans, using the link gun to build that node.
Teamwork, they're moving fast already. They're gonna have it built in no time.
We got a Raptor at our #1.
Buddy Nano swooping on in there with that Raptor, taking some pot shots. Is that a good strategy to send one person out to distract the other team? Or should you be really focused on building up the nodes for your own team?
You should definitely cover each other. I mean, here, the nodes are key, so you got to stick to the nodes.
He's focused on these nuts.
Thank you, Raymond. I love you.
Bring the big.
And Gazebo and the Goliath.
And Gazebo's taking some serious damage, and that Goliath hops out in time, and he's trying to use that shock rifle to take down Eska and the Raptor. Eska hops out, goes on foot, and with a single flat cannon blast, mows down a member of Team Rednecks. And Inano's trying to get a little roadkill there, and that cost him as he bounced around in that little node area and finally got taken out by a shock rifle to the ass.
Right now, it's a lot of melee. Just, get in the only vehicle you see, jump around. Well, as soon as it gets blown up, jump out of it. Just try to get that node.
He's at 3 right now.
And both teams are attacking each other's power nodes right now. We see Eska and the Manta trying to take down one of the red team's nodes. They'll be unable to spawn there, and that's an important strategy here, Rehrman.
Overtime.
The red team, Team Rednecks, their power core has taken some damage, and because of that, it's all but over for their team as Kaizen is going to run away with this round.
He's going to number 3.
And we challenge Team Rednecks to come in here and not lay down and die. They did just that. They sent this first round into overtime, but
our seconds left are precious. Should we start making out now, or do you want to wait till the after party?
You can make it now.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
Kaizen takes the first round of Unreal Tournament 2004.
We did pretty good.
Destination vacation, huh?
Oh, yeah. Spread the chocolate starfish.
And round 2 is underway. This is the last chance for the Rednecks.
I ran all more for myself, I guess.
Ray, thanks for being here, buddy.
Happy to be here, guys.
Now, how has being an arena champion changed your life? I know you did a book signing at JCPenney's, but other than that,
well, after the endorsement deal settled down and, I got my life back together, I, reevaluate for a little while and, get to know some people that were close to me.
And did you finally secure a sexual preference? Ray, anything you'd like to say to your American Idol, Cliffy B?
I think the fans want to see a zombie race skin in the next Unreal Tournament.
Oh, yeah. Modeled in 500,000 polygons, and that's just from the waist down, baby.
Get it up.
Use some bump mapping for down below. Oh, yeah.
You guys are still playing.
Oh, are they? Inano, peeking through the crack in the rock, takes out a power node. Now he's running on foot. Gazebo's there in the Goliath to defend it.
I got it.
I'll tell you what, I hear Team Kaizen talking to each other, just talking, getting that teamwork down. I haven't heard a peep at a Team Rednecks.
Mac on a Goliath.
Let's roll together.
Gazebo on a Goliath for the Rednecks.
It's hot Goliath on Goliath action. Backstage at a gladiator show.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have groupies on gladiators? Yeah. Seriously. You're just banging the snot out of something? Ray, did you ever get any groupies outside when you were done with your arena matches?
I got a lot of groupies online. I got a Zombie Junior fan club. We had some things happening.
Oh, and a Redeemer Blast takes out a node in a single shot, and Ted Offensive swoops in on a Raptor. That is excellent communication and excellent teamwork. And it's a little unfair. I mean, we heard Kaizen come in talking about how they are professionals. They've earned, I think, upwards of $750, maybe $10 on a good week.
This is going to OT again.
And we're in overtime.
This is really interesting here, Lee, because neither power core has really taken any damage, but oh, just as I open my mouth, Team Kaizen sticks a little sausage in it, doing a little damage to the red team's power core. And as we've seen in previous arena matches, a single shell is all that can spell the difference in overtime.
Kaizen takes rounds 1 and 2.
Oh, bank smokers.
Nice game, guys.
That's crazy close.
All right. It was really just a formality because for all intents and purposes, the match was over after Jedi Academy. But hey, at least Team Rednecks took Kaizen to overtime in both rounds of UT. Now, Ray, you picked Kaizen before the semifinals even started. I mean, what stood out?
Well, I've talked to a couple of them on the boards, and I like their style. They got confidence, and I think confidence is the first step to being the Ultimate Arena Champion.
Now, did you see any flaws with Team Rednecks, or were they just overmatched?
I think they were outclassed here today. They need to brush up on some old Team Zombie episodes, see what they need to do next time, so maybe they can come in here and recompete.
Nice. So Kaizen is one of those rare teams that can talk the talk and walk the walk as they completely dominated the match from start to finish. Now, even though Team Rednecks got shut out, they are not walking away empty-handed. Oh, no. They get copies of Ray, help me out here, buddy. DDR Max 2 on the PlayStation 2. What else? Little Jedi Academy. How about that, lightsaber boy? And the 2 DVD special edition of Unreal Tournament 2004, and that only leaves one more award after leading his team to victory with his consistent play all day. Today's MVP is... Say it, Ray. Mac. Let's go down to floor with the Ultimate Arena Champions.
Aloha and congratulations. You guys are #1. It's awesome. Cool. So walk me through today's match. How did you do it?
Well, we started off dancing, been practicing a lot, kept our momentum all the way through and brought it home.
Well, it all worked for you. So what are you guys going to do in Hawaii?
Oh, I don't know, get some sun, scuba dive, I don't know, I've never been there.
You got any room in your luggage for me?
Probably not.
Oh, okay, talk to the hand, Lee.
Well, here is a copy of their boarding pass. We finally reached the end of the road on our journey to Destination Vacation as we've crowned the new 2004 Ultimate Arena Champion. Team Kaizen, they're going to the land of the luau, while Team Rednecks, they're kind of going to the land of the lost. But congratulations to not only our champs, but to all the teams that have competed on the show. For Kevin Pereira, for Flo, thank you to our special guest, Ray. I'm Lee Rehrman, and we'll see you next season when we start down a new road in the hunt for a new Ultimate Champion. Right here on an old favorite, Arena.
Yeah, get some.
I see you out there.
Still trying to be fly with that 10-year-old cassette player? Come on, dog. Join us in the 21st century. How does a $20,000 interior car makeover sound to you? Watch G4 for clues every night from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then go to g4tv.com to enter the Whipset sweepstakes. 4 new clues drop every night. The more you watch, the more chances you have to win. Please believe it's the Whipset sweepstakes, May 8th through May 21st.
Wow, can you feel the spirit of the holidays in the air?
The Patriots are going to the playoffs. I can feel it. I do.
You always got to bring football into it.
I love the Patriots.
Today is a very, very special day.
Yeah.
It's our very first 1-hour episode.
They wanted an hour.
They're going to get it.
You ask, you receive here
That's
at G4TV.com.
And Scott and I spent a little time before the show. You don't know this. And we were sort of thinking, what can we get Laura for the holiday? Maybe some money?
No.
A new car? Yeah. You don't need any of that.
Any of that.
We decided. Why don't you tell her? Why don't you tell her?
The best gift of all we could give the big thugster over here. Here's a spot right here at the big table. Come on over here,
Join
you.
us today. Come on. We're not even
Bring
gonna wrap
over
it.
the scarf, the vest, the whole thing. Don't bring any kind of smash. Come on.
Just don't sit too close. Can I sit right here? No, get off my lap. Get over here.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Welcome to the big table.
Shut up the console and put down the remote, because G4TV.com, the show that's got the good, the bad, and the ugly from the past year, starts now. Hello and welcome to a year-end, hour-long edition of G4TV.com. I'm Scott Rubin, and joining me for this digital deja vu is everybody's favorite playable character, Tina Wood.
Oh, that's me.
That's you.
Welcome.
And joining us right here at the big table is the video game's most challenging boss character, the thug, Laura Foy.
Yes, welcome.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
And we're very glad to have you at the big table.
Guys.
I feel closer than ever.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. It's good to be this close.
We should come together for the
Hour-long.
Hour-long.
What was that, Sinky? Something?
It smells a little different over here than it does at my nice, clean, air little table.
Yeah.
Well, we were hoping to actually start off on a good foot, Laura.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
We've been together this is our second year.
Yeah.
And we've been together.
It's
and it's
over
been
almost 80-something shows.
Nothing but a pleasure.
Nothing but a pleasure. Lots of fun. Lots of games. Lots of guests.
Yeah.
Lots of good
memories.
and bad memories. Some good.
Mostly good.
Mostly good.
Whenever you seem to leave the show, Laura seems to be
violent.
destructive and violent.
I don't want you leaving, Doug.
Whenever she seems to leave, we don't seem to miss her.
Yeah.
It's all really the same.
Just like
But
gone.
today is sort of a melting pot of things that we've done wrong, things that you guys haven't seen, things that we think are highlights, things that aren't so highlights. So you got to stick around for the whole thing because there's lots of very
Lots
fun
of good stuff
things
that you've
we put
never
together.
seen before and some stuff that you definitely want to see again. In fact, Tina, tell them what they're about to see.
Well, I think first let's show you some of our favorite moments over the past year.
You enjoyed your experience here at the big table?
Want to know what I think about the big table? I'm going to show you what I think of your stupid big table.
Oh, gee, Laura, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, Laura.
Ah! Take your big table and you can just keep it.
What kind of an agent has a mullet, really? Snake? Looks like Jeff Foxworthy fell into an army surplus store.
Here's my Sam Fisher impression. Would you like some flood insurance with that? Come on,
Solid Snake
Sam
sounds like
Fisher.
a I'm so scared. I'm so scared. It's Solid Snake.
I'm scared of a guy named Sammy.
Hello?
Okay, look, because Terminator was evil, now he's good. You just go in there and play with his little wires, and that's it. Next thing I know, Terminator's gonna be knitting sweaters for Grandma because I just gotta push a button.
Number 2, second best.
Your guy, he's
second best.
Put him in the graveyard.
He spins.
He's 40, he's fat, and he's
Look at
a
me, I'm
sewer
spinning.
worker.
I'm
That's
spinning.
Right. He's taking
Look
off,
at me,
he's
I'm
so
spinning.
fast.
Heisman.
What's your guy doing? Hanging out with toilets and
Heisman.
I'm sorry, the flame war's over. You lost. Let's move
My
on.
turn to beat up Tina. Okay.
Hey, it's time for a little something we call 2 hot chicks and a couple of blindfolds, which is pretty exciting. Thug is cheating already.
Okay. Pac-Man.
All righty, we haven't started yet.
Okay.
You may think it's odd to play. Tina was first. Alrighty, it's time to play Word to Your Mother, the popular, exciting word association game where 2 beautiful co-hosts will go head-to-head with their moms.
Mom?
Yeah?
The clue is burglar.
Burglar. Thief.
That's correct.
Gangbuster.
Lori?
Mafia.
That is correct.
Fishing.
Close.
Okay.
Mom, do me a favor. Wipe that clue out of your mind. Okay, Mom, your clue is tribes.
Attempt.
Mom, the clue is outlast.
Survivor. Survivor.
Survivor is correct.
We're rolling. Contestant Charity, come on down.
Ooh, I love the prizes of pony. I have lots of ponies. I have a brown pony, and a white pony, and a black pony, and a red pony, and another brown pony.
That's great. Your mommy and daddy must love you very much. Or feel very guilty about something.
Ew, are you a pony?
No! I'm a game show host.
I think you're a pony. My pony. My pony. My pony.
Isn't she cute, folks? Say, who wants to see how a stun gun works?
Don't worry. G4TV.com, the show that has everything under control, starts.
Oh! I broke my own table.
Yeah, you did. Let's go.
Oh.
It's all over.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Take her away.
No.
Oh,
Oh, those were so, you know, it's
That
okay,
is
Laura.
good.
If only we could tie her up and mask her up
I
more
might
shows
like
out
it.
of the year.
Absolutely. I think looking back at that, I think the cutscene theater was one of my funnest, definite.
Cutscene theater
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
great. Sometimes, Tina,
Yeah.
sometimes you do some stuff on the show that's good, bad, ugly,
Odd.
adorable.
Okay.
Cute.
In fact, a whole mixture of everything. So we've
Okay.
gone ahead and put together a little,
Little something, something.
the best, the worst, all of Tina. So let's take a look at some
It's the
Tina
dub.
moments.
Some Tina moments. Let's do it.
Come up with weapons. Dangerous Deluxe, developed by the guys that made Mafia. Oh, there.
Go ahead, caller. What's your question? Flippity flip flip. Hey, happy Thanksgiving. I love it. I hate it. It's buggy. I love it. I love it. I want to marry it. I hate it. Show the cleavage, Laura. Let's go. What's up? Who's the top, babe? Flippity flip flip. Bring out the hot dog. What's up, swingers? You're a sharky, sharky, shark. Gonna get you, get you, get you.
Posts of just how cozy Hollywood and games have gotten.
And then on Saturday, I'll take it off. We roll! I don't like this show. Okay, what's...
And Pig's Boy.
I'm Lauren Scott, you guys. Woo! What? I'm gonna be that drunk teacher, like, what's up, class? That is nasty, right there. This is a nasty show, and the people that watch it are nasty.
This is so wrong.
I'm gonna go kill a cat.
What?
Nikki, come on.
Dog.
Great.
That is
That is
delicious.
great. We're going to have the ASPCA on this going. I'm going to kill
I
the
know.
cat
I don't know why I
comments.
said I was going to kill a cat. I can't remember. But some of that was some of the stuff you guys didn't get a chance to see, and there's a
That
lot
was
more that
great.
we couldn't show.
Who knew you did so many stupid things?
I know. I
Someday
did
they
this.
will. Someday on G4's 24th anniversary, they'll unearth all the other archives of
Yes, and I can't
embarrassing,
wait.
humiliating moments. Alrighty, hey, stick around. There's a lot more foolishness ahead. But before the break, let's take a look at some of the stuff that happened.
Go ahead, just roll with it. Roll with it. Off camera, outtakes. There we go.
But the only person that should be talking is Scott, okay? So no other voices, otherwise...
Tina.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not naming any names, Tina. So, all right, here we go.
You're just gesticulating.
Fine. I'm just going to pretend like I'm drunk.
5 seconds, 4, 3, 2...
I was going to say something. Take off your clothes.
Hey, coming up with an endearing playable character in a video game is no easy task.
Hey, you did it to me again.
You did it.
What did I say?
You did.
You went.
made a noise.
I did make a noise.
Yes.
I know.
No
And
noises. Not just
and
talking,
you
not even
just
noises.
told me not to. Okay, this is the same problem my parents had. I totally get it now.
That you were telling me earlier, 82% of Americans don't fold their toilet paper before they go to wipe. They crumple.
Yeah, only 24% crumple.
More crumple?
Yes.
No, more fold.
More fold.
I'm a crumpler.
Yeah.
But you were telling us, Scott.
Yeah.
Scott.
Is this really where we want to take conversations to the folding and the crumpling on a birthday show? Hey,
Wow.
really?
Who would have thought such intellectual
Yeah.
conversations
Yeah, but you
happen
guys
at
have
this
to roll with it. You got to get my back at times like
Yeah,
that. I
you know.
talk about things
We
that you
do. In
wanna
fact,
talk
I get
about.
your back. I've been folding just to get your back.
Having your back costs too much
now
money.
That's too far, line crosser.
Hey, crosser. Hey, you know.
The line
hey,
is a dot to you.
it's a dot. Hey, when you're a student, the end of the year can bring good or bad news in the form of report card. The better your performance, the higher the grade. So we thought it'd be fun to turn the table and let our viewers hand out the year-end report cards to the game publishers. They posted to the boards, we averaged the score, and here are the year-end report cards from you, the game-buying public. Let's start with the companies that you have placed on academic probation. It's Eidos, right off the bat.
Wow.
Yeah, that Lara Croft game.
Tomb Raider really put
Let's
them
see
on
the
academic
GPA.
probation.
What they get? Ooh,
Well, let's see why some people
1.3.
said the Stag at 17 gave him a 1.5. He says, why, oh, why in the... Did they do Tomb Raider like that?
Yeah.
They did ruin Tomb Raider, but I like backyard wrestling.
Just came out, so
Don't
maybe
try
that'll
this
help
at
bring
home.
up the average
Bring
for
it
next
on
year.
up,
All right,
get
let's look at the next company. It's Atari.
Oh, let's look at Atari.
What'd they end up with? What is the GPA? Civilization? No. Terminator 3? No. Unreal 2, they released it without the multiplayer. Ooh.
They better tighten up.
1.0.
Not
For a company that's been around
good.
so long, you think
Yeah.
they know how to
Ben
make
of
a better
Frozen,
product.
or Ben of Zen, or
Yeah.
Ben of Frozen, or Ben of Zen, however one. It says the Matrix was a glitch-filled, bland graphics
That's
disappointment. So
Yeah, and they should have released the multiplayer
Yeah.
with Unreal 2, but they didn't. All right, let's look at some of the, well, there's only one. They've been expelled.
You're out of here.
You're out of here.
Go
Who
home.
is
Do not
it?
pass go.
Who is it? Oh, yeah.
the poor
Studio.
3DO. And now why?
Man.
Because they don't put out
Companies-
anything ever.
Well, because they're
All
bankrupt.
they put out is Army
They got
Men.
a
I think there's been
0.0.
26 Army Men games or
Yeah,
something like that.
and they're
it's
not
that
good Army Men games.
We're done.
Let's
You're off
move
the block.
towards companies that made the honor roll.
Good things, good times,
Thing,
good
good
products.
times. This company made the honor roll. Who is it?
Is this weighted or unweighted?
It is Activision, of course.
Call of
Duty,
Duty.
great game.
Absolutely.
Tenchu, Wrath of Heaven, of course. Tony Hawk's Underground
Tony
and True
Hawk,
Crime Streets
getting
of
off
LA.
the board, True Crime.
What'd they
straight
get?
game.
Yep.
What'd they get here? What's their grade point
Oh,
average?
look at even more. X2
A 2.6.
Yeah,
That's not that great.
I would have given them a higher. 2.6 was not on a
People-
roll. 2.6 was grounded in my
Yeah,
house.
well,
not
people
grounded.
are a little upset that they didn't have any Xbox Live for support for Tony Hawk.
Well, Doom
and
3. The governor says Doom 3 was supposed to be out this year,
Supposed to be
but
out.
was delayed, you bastards.
Alrighty, next. What's the
Didn't
next
say
company
bastards.
on the list here? Let's see
I
who
didn't
else made
say
the
it.
honor roll. It's LucasArts.
Yeah.
LucasArts
You know, RTX
always-
Red Rock
always
didn't
good.
do that well. I didn't like Knights of the Old Republic, but a lot of people did. What'd
Yeah.
they get for their GPA?
Well, we know how you... 3.3.
Ooh.
Not bad.
You know, it's because it's got the name Lucas in it. That's
They,
how I
and they got
feel.
all those Star
Nobody's
Wars
gonna
games.
fail
Jedi
Lucas.
Academy came out.
And we know what a big fan you are of Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Scott actually
Yeah.
gave them a 4
Turn-based,
point.
turn-based. Alrighty, next. Let's see what's next in the honor roll category. It is Sega.
Sega.
They added the ESPN
Monkey
sports
Ball
games and
Jr.
all the integration. Monkey Ball, Virtua Fighter 4. What'd they get for a GPA?
3.3. They tied
Not
with
bad.
Lucas, right?
Hanging in there.
4-0?
They might be. Let's
these-
stick
are
around.
these
Let's go. A little
hold
more.
up.
You got a
The
couple more minutes.
anticipation.
Next.
What's next?
Got Microsoft, I believe. They did okay. XSN, all that kind of stuff. Dungeon Siege. Project Gotham Racing 2.
Kung Fu Chaos was a good quality game.
What do we got here?
I
What's the
enjoyed that one.
GPA? 3.2? Not bad.
Project Gotham 2, have you guys played it? Because it's a little
I did.
bit, a lot like the first
You
one.
know what? Wait.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. We're running out of time. We got to keep going.
Zip it.
Scott's moving on.
That's right.
His timer's
next.
calmed down.
Next, we got
G4TV.com. Wow, they got it.
EA. How can you go wrong? You figure they'd be in the honor roll with all the James Bond games and the Return of the Ring. And of course all the EA Sports games. But
was Dead to Rights this year?
3.3.
But the problem is they didn't. I think they were kept from getting the 4.0 because of the Xbox Live. None of the sports games could be played on there. Next, I believe, is Square Enix, which really this company benefited from a Final Fantasy orgasm.
This is what Eidos is trying to do with Tomb Raider and Lara Croft. Just monopolize.
What's the GPA here? 3.5.
Can you imagine if they didn't have that franchise?
They'd be dead. All right, we're all out of time. We got to run right to the valedictorian, head of the class. Who is it? No, not G4. It is Ubisoft. Man, almost a perfect score from our viewers. I think the Batman game was the one that might have knocked him out of a 4.0 perfect. Prince of Persia, 3.8. Damn good. Splinter Cell, Rainbow Six.
For Game of the Year, by the way.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If we were having an award show, I'd give it to Prince of Persia.
Prince of Persia, Rainbow Six, Voice Command, it's all good. It's Ubisoft. They get valedictorian honors, and there you go.
And Halo Master Chief says, these guys get my full respect and honor. They should win Company of the Year in my book.
And while Ubisoft heads to the top of the class, Laura spent a lot of time in detention this year. So let's take a look at the essence of being thug.
Yeah! Because,
Amplitude.
Chart busting to the games. It's Game Boy. Come here. Good game. Xbox deserved Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Why haven't you played Unreal?
Unreal.
Or Half-Life. Why haven't you played Half-Life?
I've played Unreal.
Ain't nobody in GT. Can I start over? I'm sorry. You're worried that people are only playing Xbox Halo? Why turn your feet up, Tina? Play the play. I can do the do. As long as you can sit the sit. Did you call me the Sin City slut?
With Mario fanboy.
From the screwdriver. My controller's not working. Welcome back to the only show that Tina farts on. And I'm sorry, my prompter wasn't up, so I got up. Yes. Look at those thug moments. Awesome. Looking at you, kid. A lot of fun.
I can see men across America recording this show and just between the two of you rewinding and forwarding and rewinding and forwarding all the best thug and dub moments.
Who we acted so stupid all the time?
Tina, it's no wonder we don't let her at this.
At the big table. Yes, it's okay. Settle down.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Hey, we're just getting started. There are some holiday gifts that you will absolutely not find under your tree this holiday season when G4TV.com returns.
And it's the gift that I got you.
Yeah.
It's nothing. Nothing. I ain't gonna do nothing.
Keep on giving.
Because we are bro, big bro.
Hey, ladies, each Christmas, hundreds of products flood the marketplace. Some are guaranteed hits, others not so much. Here's a look at some of the gifts that are not worth being on your holiday wish list. Dumb idea.
Let's start off with the very first, almost dumbest idea, right? Technology, moving forward, everything's becoming wireless.
Right.
Can be a great thing. This company comes out with a wireless controller that's also buttonless. So it's got a nice sleek design, but the gameplay really, really stinks. Really, really stupid idea.
Not a keeper. Well, you guys remember last year, Tina so bravely demonstrated the game shower, so you can shower. You never need to stop playing your games. Bring your GameCube into the shower with you. This year, they've come out with an accessory for it. It's the soap and mouse.
Yeah, PC
you can
lather
while you play. Right-click shampoo, left-click conditioner. No surfing porn sites when you're using the lather mouse right there.
Can I add that to my GameCube shower at home? Do you mind? I'll trade you for the wireless controller.
That's pretty cool for the dirty gamer.
You can swap with your friends, too.
I got something for the hungry gamer. The condiment controller. You would think it would be a good idea, but it's really stupid. It basically got ketchup and mustard, so if I want to have a little ketchup, maybe a little mustard.
Yeah, that's why it's stupid. Get that all over your game.
Yeah, it's a mess. It doesn't really work. And so
when you're done with that, you could use the lather and mouse.
And you could clean it up. All right, well, you know, right now, you go to the store, and everything is sort of like integrated.
Yeah.
Telephone is a camera. Your telephone is an MP3
You got to
player.
multitask
Your
at all times.
telephone is a computer. That's what the world is about. You are not going to believe what I found. I kid you not. It's just a phone.
What do you mean?
I mean, you can only call people.
Can you? Are there downloadable ringtones?
There's nothing else. It's literally just a phone.
But can I play games on it?
No.
Yeah,
I really don't recommend this holiday season.
Get it.
Dumb.
Yeah.
So maybe you're out with your friends, you're out with Tina, you had a little nippy-dimpy, sippy-sippy,
Sippy-sippy,
and
nippy.
you got some breath, or perhaps Tina's one of those friends who doesn't tell you when you got a little something-something, a little nugget in the teeth. You're on the phone, you're talking, you look in the rearview mirror because you're driving too.
A flosser.
The phone and floss, right there, good breath and clean teeth, and awfully hygienic. People weren't buying it though.
No, stupid idea.
Yeah, it's kind
Nobody
of...
flosses anymore.
Nobody flosses
That's true,
anymore.
nobody flosses anymore.
I got for you the fanboy game girl. That's right. She's cute. You're alone. It's Saturday night. Nobody's coming over to talk to you. But you're really not alone because not only will she sit with you the whole night while you play games, but she's got a little something to say to you as you're playing.
Really?
Like this. Check it out.
Oh, baby. Just one more game?
But then
Just what Scott's needs.
The night gets later.
Mind if I have some friends over for some multiplayer?
Not at all, baby. How about this one?
Converted.
You are the dungeon master.
Sure am. One more. Come on, baby. Give it to me.
Why can't all men play turn-based strategy games?
That's true.
Actually, that's not really a bad idea.
It's kind of stupid because you look stupid, but
But you
Saturday night, you're alone.
But if you're by
Nothing wrong
yourself,
with that.
really, who cares how you look, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Speaking of looking stupid, boys and girls, sometimes, just like Tina's doing right now, we can't control ourselves, and we start laughing.
Oh, this is a bad
Because
one.
we have good times here on G4TV.com.
We do, but we should first of all make a mental note, or just a note that if when you watch this next segment, basically during one of the shows for about 30 minutes, the three of us could not move forward because we continually kept laughing. And Laura tries to save the day a couple times.
I try to be the professional that I am known to be, but Scott said the word thespian.
I was trying to set up a cutscene theater by introducing a couple of thespians.
Well, you know what? Why don't we just show you guys
take a look.
exactly how it went down?
In case you were wondering.
Hey, when are we going to see another one of those great cutscene theaters?
I actually emailed you that.
Backed by popular demand.
Yeah, it is a chance to see the thespians in this show. And so later on in the show, you get your popcorn together.
Are you 12? You can't say Thank you, Phoenix. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Pretend you're here to go.
I'm sorry. Okay, seriously. Okay, keep rolling. I got this.
I think I'm okay.
Sad, quickly, think of something sad.
Sorry.
Dead babies, dead babies. Dead babies.
All right, thanks a lot, Phoenix.
Thanks, Phoenix.
Appreciate it.
Hey, you know, I get a lot of email each and every week, a lot of it asking me to get you two in wacky, wild, blindfolded situations here.
Yeah,
but actually, a lot of the requests are coming for more cutscene theater. A chance to feed the thespian in both of you up on the stage. And
they want it.
It's a
Backed by
competition.
popular demand.
It is. So,
Come on, man. I'm trying to be professional.
Tighten it up, please.
4, 3, 2.
All right, thanks a lot, Phoenix. Appreciate the call.
Phoenix.
Checking out the Matrix. Hey, I got a lot of email each week, a lot of it requesting that the two of you. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2.
This is retarded.
Not my fault.
Okay, keep rolling. Okay, seriously, hold on. Oh, sorry.
Somebody give us a shot.
Come on. I'm just crying.
Tom, smack her.
Okay. Dead babies, dead babies. Okay, it's good.
Makeup gal went
No,
home.
I'm cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was like the only one that was my fault. Okay.
You're crying.
Thanks a lot, Phoenix. Just looking at you, kid. What do I do? I have tears. Okay. All right, let's keep rolling.
4, 3, 2.
All right, thanks for the call, Phoenix. It wasn't on me. I can't see because
A year and a half, this has never happened.
Oh, God. This is awful. Oh, my God, Ken's not coming out, is he? It's them, too.
Gravy.
I'm sorry.
What is going on?
So much. I'm sorry. This is so unprofessional. Money's on the table, guys.
Good,
I got
Money's
it.
on
I got
the
it.
table.
2 strikes in 3, 2.
All right, thanks for the call, Phoenix.
Thanks, Phoenix. We get a lot of mail.
Yeah.
People more than anything that they want to see you do, they want to see us do cutscene theater. Can you
Thank God,
see?
Laura.
I would have lost
You
it.
saved us.
Can we know? It's a daily occurrence here on G4.
Can we note the lipstick and hair during that
Yeah.
episode?
With
Not
the
one
good
of my
luck.
co-hosts could
That's
say, by
really
the way,
what we were laughing
you
at.
look like ass.
That's really what we're laughing at.
I like how
I
the
think
lipstick matched the shirt.
Yeah, that was
whatever
good times. That
going
was
on.
like I just
That's pretty
went
much how it
swimming.
is here every day down here on the set.
No, but
Just
that-
good times, laughs, and giggles.
It was actually a lot. We cut that down because we couldn't show you the entire 30 minutes, but it was a very, very fun. And I like how I blame it on you guys.
I think you're actually blaming it on the crew.
Hey,
Whoever,
don't
anyone
go
but her.
anywhere. We've got more moments that never made the air, more humiliation right after this. Humiliation's coming up.
Yeah. Whose is it?
Humiliation.
Your
Hang in there.
Humiliation? The wicked one? I'm still gonna snap you in half.
It's all right.
Yes.
I'm good.
Here we go. Coming out of new big game graphic. In
Looking good.
5
Make
seconds.
love to the
4,
camera. Tiger.
3,
Tiger, right?
2.
And welcome back to G4TV.com. It's a year-end look back, a little looky-look at the year that was, and games, and G4TV.com, and Thug, and Doug.
And all of us, and some
Yeah,
good
because we
moments.
had some really fun times on this show, right, guys?
Absolutely, yes.
And our
Absolutely.
shows only air once, and they're gone.
They're gone.
They're gone. Well, they air for 1 week.
Right.
Or
But that's
once.
Still not
if you-
enough.
Yeah.
Still not enough.
Not enough Laura
Because some of
time.
the moments need to be relived.
Yeah, and that's
So?
what we're doing today.
Let's do that.
Let's relive some of our second package of fabulous good times here on G4TV.com.
Turn on the Wintronic 2000! The dub!
The famous girl group Grandma Banana.
You need to pay more attention to your girlfriend. It's like if you have a dog and you bring home a new dog, the old dog hates the new dog. Well, she's the old dog, man. And you need to give... Are you okay? You need to pet your old dog.
My grandfather died this morning. I am so sorry, Laura.
Yeah. And I slept with your husband. See ya!
Tina doesn't have a chance up against 2 Scots with 1 T. I say, we kill her. Shh, somebody's coming.
Oh my God! Captain Emmy, it's Laura from the Sims Estate. Please, we need help. Tina's been shot.
Oh, no! Is she okay?
No, she's been shot. Please, just leave.
Why?
Because I'm pregnant. Oh, Tina, we weren't expecting you home so soon.
Yeah, we were.
Patrick, what are you doing here?
I came to spend some quality time with the mother of my baby.
Don't you mean the mothers of your babies?
Oh, Patrick, you're not running around telling everyone I'm having your baby, are you?
Kind of.
Are you having Ronnie Lynn's baby, too?
Maybe.
Diane Mazzotta?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'll pick you up at 3.
So the plane is fueled and ready, and when Tina gets home from prison, we'll kidnap her. Yes. And then the Sims Empire will finally be ours. And what about the rest of them? Well, if they get in the way, we'll kidnap them too.
What was that? Oh no, the engine. We've lost power. We're gonna die.
I don't want to die. I love myself way too much.
Fixed your door. It was sticky.
Look, I don't want no trouble. Just let me out of this mess.
You know what would look better on your nose?
What?
The bar! Don't mess around with me!
I want to say happy birthday. Make sure that Happy Moose gets a cake, too.
You two truly are the prettiest birthday girls I've ever
I want to do helium.
You got a winner?
No, I got it right. I'm cool.
There it is, the old Wintronic 2000.
Wintronic, Tina,
Never to
between
be seen again.
the hair in the Wintronic,
yes,
the outfit in the Grandma Banana, and the gut in the cutscene theater, you are truly a video game fashion mogul.
Yes, I absolutely am. Not to mention you.
Yeah.
I saw a little holding in the old boobage on the
Yeah.
old...
I think we're going to find you on Mr. Skin at some point.
We're not even going there.
Some
We're
definite
so not even
cover.
going
I think that was close. No, a lot of those were really, really
And
some
we
fun
have the same
moments.
birthday. How
Yeah.
great is that?
That is bizarre.
What are the odds, Scott?
I think we talked about that in the show.
We did
what
talk
odds
about the
were.
odds, and we
There were
sent
a lot of-
everyone
All right,
cake.
so looking back, what are some of your favorite moments as we come in every Friday and we shoot this show? You
I
know,
have
that
to
you-
say I really enjoyed working with those 3 very special people, Shrug, T-Dumb, and Scott with 2 T's.
They were good. They were good.
Not
They,
as good as us.
No, but they were all right.
they were
no,
good
they were
looking,
good.
though.
And E3 was
They
a lot
were-
of fun.
they
Getting
were
the chance to meet a lot of the viewers at E3 was great.
Yeah, that was great.
E3
Because
was
really
good
the
times.
show we can't do without the people that post on the boards,
Oh
the
my
people that
God.
chat, the
And we've had
guests
a
that
lot of
come
great
on
guests that
board.
come down and people who call into the show.
Yes.
A lot of good callers.
Yep, a lot of great callers, a lot of great posting to the board. What about you? What's your favorite moment from the past?
Let's see. You know, I love the cutscene theaters. Those are always a good time.
Yeah, those are probably your favorite because you're always pushing those. I'm always like,
my,
no,
it's always
no,
my theatrical inside of me trying to perform.
Right.
And I like it when I win at host challenges.
Yeah.
Losing, not so much.
Yeah, which he does often. So
Yeah, we're going to see some of that too.
Yeah,
What
we're
about
gonna
you,
roast
Tina?
them.
What are your some favorite moments?
I think some of my favorite moments is when we begin the show on Fridays. I love the little quirky things that Scott comes up with on Fridays, how he introduces us before the starts now. I think that's something that I look forward to every Friday.
Those are cute.
That's kind of what gets us going and I think gets us in the mood to really have like a great fun show.
I like when Ken yells, "That's a wrap."
And Ken yells, "That's a wrap." And the saloon after.
That's a wrap
That's
is
a
nice.
hell of a good time.
That's right. And we should, remember that this show, although the 3 of us are out here, there's so many people that make this show happen.
There are.
I've seen
We have the
course,
crew,
Captain
actually.
Mimi and the crew here.
Which we very much
and back in
appreciate.
the control room and all that kind of stuff is very cool.
Yeah.
But with so many introductions, it's really just a given that eventually I'm going to screw up. So here is just a glimpse
It is a given.
at some of my teleprompter tongue twisters. Alrighty, this May Fox. See
This
Fox
Fox
run.
right over here.
See Jane Spot Dick.
I'll do it. There you go.
Mall of America for another... It's the ass cushion for losers.
Here to answer your questions about the game are blah, 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 and his sidekick, blah, blah, blah. It's sorry, I forgot. Hey, you know, when you're down, you're dumb, you're
broke.
You're broke.
You're dumb.
It's called Glitch. Try again.
Glitch.
No.
No.
Metal arm. There you go.
Glitch in the system.
That's it.
Okay.
This is the most pornorific show we've ever done.
I vote that we rename the pointless poll to the filthy, dirty, filthy poll. What if games were a part of the curriculum? Curriculum? So let's take a look at a game that is soon to be released, or is it like
Ultimate Baseball Online is about to plant.
Oh, we were going so good.
I know.
Jeez, this... Another 40 times.
What's the poll on G.I. Joe banging Barbie? Is that the results for that in?
Because you didn't have to
My local arcade. Our get.
He messes up
Every time. Every time.
Yeah, he tends to mess up a lot.
That's great, Scott. And if you notice, you have a bevy of hairstyles.
The hair's getting longer. I actually had to grow more hair out of my face just for this episode. Why not?
You look rugged, you look wintry.
A little
it's
winter thing
winter
going on.
Hey, before we go to break, a big G4 welcome to the folks at RCN Washington, D.C., Cox Lafayette, Cox Las Vegas, and Time Warner Cable in Middletown. They finally get G4.
Welcome.
This show can catch you up on all the stuff you missed earlier in the year, and of course, all the reruns that are coming. But we got some more outtakes, Laura, right?
We sure do. Some things that happen between the cameras are rolling. Why don't we just show it? Tina, more of Tina the best.
Is it? Great.
Wait, 1 second. Do you need a prompter on this camera?
No, I don't need prompter at all.
We got no prompters.
On the fly.
You need one on this one?
We don't have prompter at all.
You don't have prompter.
We're like that. We're like this and like that and like this, Anna. Like that and like this. Is that right?
And like that
and like that, Anna.
Perfection.
Word.
We've been talking
Welcome back. It's the end of the year. We got some lids on.
It's chilly in here. I'm going to go sit by the fire.
You know, over the past year, the battle between the hosts has been waged on a variety of platforms and ended with a variety of humiliating consequences. So put some plastic over your television. Here come the host challenges.
Foot again. I think you have to throw it a little bit harder against the... Time and practice. Come on, get some oatmeal.
Take it to the stable.
Take it to the stable. And I just won the game. Oh, my God. 1, 2.
Pull harder.
1, 2, 3. In the morning, is it cold? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's cold already. You guys all ready? Go, just do it. Oh, I meant to hit the apple. Oh, all right, well, thanks so much for watching, and...
2 faults. You had 2 faults.
Scott, tighten up. It's just a scratch. Wait,
Where's the other hand?
That's all right. 1 scoop of mashed potatoes down the pants. Give me some mashed potatoes. Yeah, we're all in this together. All right, whenever you're ready. We're gonna go grocery shopping.
Could you do me a favor and pick up a side of bacon?
It's gonna hurt!
No, it won't hurt. It only hurts for a second.
No!
Make sure it's
the
tightly.
sticky's coming through!
Yeah. Now.
Okay, 1, 2. You gotta let me go.
You gotta pull from the bottom up. Bottom up.
I'll punch you that way. Just pull it! Let's go with Gas Giant, but I think I'm gonna add a little something. I know you do. A little jelly hot dog.
Take a big bite of the Gas Giant wiener. Chew!
It's all right. So bad. Speed bumps! Laura, you don't look half as bad as I thought you would.
But I take this up a little too seriously.
I don't think so one bit.
Until next time, Take me to the hospital.
Take her to the hospital. Come on. She shouldn't have played me.
Oh, wow. Good times. Good times.
Tina, you don't have to get so rough. You're so violent all the time with that.
I was just,
So how did it all end up, the host challenge?
I think it's pretty much the same. So what do you want to go do next? I think we got some stuff going on.
I'm glad that you asked that because I actually won the host challenges this year.
Again?
Again.
Wow.
9-8. I beat Laura by 1 game.
I don't believe it. First of all, I'm calling for a recount. I'm calling for a recount. I don't believe it.
Is there
I
a
think
trophy?
Tina cheated.
Bring out the trophy.
Do I get a participant to it? No, I guess not. Hey, it's the end of the year, and that means it's time for our final road report. Can you believe it?
We're gonna miss
It's
Jim.
the final road report from Jim Murray, who's finishing up the 2003 EA Sports Madden Challenge. So let's take a look at Jim's final report.
Hey, what's up? It's Jim Murray. Now, we got a whole lot of ballers out here today to prove who's the best on the virtual gridiron. But it takes a whole lot to set up the EA Sports Madden Challenge. Let's meet the faces behind the scenes. Tell some of our viewers a little bit about yourself. I mean, you're one of the best Madden ballers in the country. How come you're not playing? How come you're working for EA this summer?
Well, see, it's hard for me right now because I see all these guys out here and I want to be out here kicking their butts, but I'm trying to be nice this year. But after I get off of this, I'm going back to the tournament scene. If you ain't bring your A game today, you're going home. It's 21-0 in the first quarter. If you let somebody score 21 points on you in the first quarter, guess what? You stink. Who's St. Louis? You St. Louis? I guess that's why you ain't smiling. Get a shake. See, that's the sad face. That's a fake smile right there. That is the sad. Hey, is there a doctor in the house? I need a doctor. No, I'm not playing because y'all ain't good enough to beat me. I don't want to hear no crying. If you lose, you lose. You get your butt kicked, you got your butt kicked. See, you about to go home real early. You are about to go home. And you know what? I'm going to follow you home and talk about you over there. You said you were going to beat him, though. You know my plays, man. Oh, I had to play my friend. He know all my plays. Well, guess what? That means you know all of his plays, too. Y'all must be tired of me talking about y'all. Hey, somebody give me the money now. Hey, give me the money in the house. I told you, if you come out here with that mouth, we gonna put you on G4 TV. We gonna make you crack like a egg. We gonna give y'all a few hours to let what I said soak in and marinate. We'll check y'all back in a few.
So, Tina, the end of the year is coming up. We're wrapping up. This is our final show.
It's our final show.
And frequently at the end of the year, cheers, big ears, 'tis the season. Anyway, people make resolutions. Tina usually breaks them, but people make resolutions, they make hopes, because they want to have the next year a little bit better than the last year, in case you had a bummer of a year. So, I mean, what would you like for this new year coming up?
You know, I think, I'm one of those people who think big. I want, like, the world peace and... and maybe, a couple of Xbox games, something like that. But really, world peace,
world peace
maybe
is
an
a good
ending to
one.
a war that we've been involved in, and
it's a little beauty pageant, but I'll go with world peace.
It is a little beauty pageant, but this is where we are.
Okay.
What about you, Laura? What do you think?
I think my wish for the new year is that everyone who is out there looking for love finds love. Because
that's so hallmark of you.
Did you like that? It's awful if you're alone on the holidays and you don't have any love. So I hope anyone who wants love finds love. And if you need love,
there's always Match.com. Right?
I'll give you some love. Hey, Scott, what's up?
Scott, what do you want for the new year?
Well, I'm actually just filling out my little stocking vigil here. This is for George Broussard. George, founder and president of 3D Realm. We're all fans of Duke Nukem. We're waiting for Duke Nukem forever. We've been waiting forever.
I'm coming to get the rest of you alien fat.
Give us something.
That's great, Scott.
Some people
give us something. Give us a screenshot.
World peace.
Give us a video.
He wants the game.
Give us something to hold our hands onto. Duke Nukem forever. We'll be waiting, George. We're not going to stop. The vigil stays strong, George.
We're
not going to stop.
It's just you and I.
Yeah,
I'm thinking we could do just the Laura and Tina show.
All right, Scott, come on. I think Duke Nukem's going to come out next year.
There you go. That's what Scott wants.
It's time for us to say goodbye.
Should we sing?
We can.
Should we sing a little something?
We can sing.
I can't sing.
the
Hey,
love,
thanks
you
for
feel
being
it.
with us all year long. A special thanks to everybody behind the scenes who make this show happen.
Yes, especially to Ken and Kevin and everybody here in the studio. And
Yeah, you guys.
Yes, the amazing crew over at post-production and to the suits. We can't do it without you.
And thank you so much to all the guests who've made the trip to our studios to make this show happen and to be a part of it. And the number one, numero uno people we want to thank are you guys, the viewers. We wouldn't be here if you guys did not watch.
Viewers, the boards, the chatters. Until next year,
Take it to the boards. Should we dance? Happy New Year, you guys. Are you going to dance? I don't know.
I would if I could.
Do we have a little music? Joy to the world?
I can play my Duke Nukem music again.
Can I try your hat? You can try my hat.
Oh, my. I'm trading hats.
Congratulations.
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 Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
So what's the difference between Madden football and Blitz?
They all kick touchdowns.
These We Sell Everything stores don't take games seriously. You gotta talk to gamers.
Oh man, Blitz is like an arcade game. Helmets flying off, bodies piling up. Madden's more like being in a real game.
Sweet! Reserve the hottest new releases. Pre-owned games and equipment at big discounts.
If you're serious about games, talk to the gamers at EB Games.
Weeknights, late night. Hold on tight.
Get a load of this.
At 11, go crazy with Video Game Mania on X-Play.
The biggest video game event in the world.
Then take a walk on the wild side of technology on Unscrewed with Martin Sargent.
I'm Martin Sargent, and I like to ramble. That was fantastic.
It's back-to-back action. Weeknights, X-Play at 11 and Unscrewed at 11:30. Only on G4 Tech TV.
You've just seen G4, the award show for gamers, but you're about to get a look at it from the inside.
Now, our reporters are on the floor, behind the scenes, and in the mix, and they'll be giving you a taste of G4 you didn't see.
You'll get a wrap-up of the awards and a peek at some of the exclusive titles from this year's event.
And it's all happening right now on the G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Welcome to G4 Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Patrick Clark, and she's Morgan Webb. We're here at the Shrine Expo Center, Los Angeles, where the G4 Awards have just been handed out.
But the party is just getting started, and we've got people everywhere to give you the behind-the-scenes look at the action. Whether you want to get an up-close look at Halo 2 multiplayer action or a recap of the awards, you have come to the right place.
So let's get things rolling and send it down to Kevin Pereira and Victor Lucas, who are probably sandwiched somewhere between Carmen Electra and Dave Navarro.
All right, thanks, Patrick. You know, we're not exactly rubbing up against Carmen Electra or anything like that.
Yeah, what happened with that?
I don't know, we always get the shaft around here. But
Carmen?
however, we are still surrounded by industry insiders and celebrities, so
Absolutely.
it's very cool.
Actually, throughout the night, we're going to be talking all kinds of industry luminaries. But first, we're going to kick it to Adam Sessler, who somehow managed to sneak his way backstage.
He's Splinter Sessler.
Yes. He Sam Fishered his way in there, didn't he?
Totally.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Well, some people came to G4 for the games, some for the celebrities, and others for the food. But I came here to work. And if that means I have to spend my evening talking to beautiful women, well, then so be it. Hi, my name's Adam. I play games for a living.
Look what they have. There's plates, cups, foliage, and Casper Van Diem. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Would you ever think about doing like a play-by-play or doing a show that was only about the video games and people playing that?
No, that's my entertainment. I want to enjoy that, you know? That and a good porno movie.
I was in Vice City last year, and I was also in Tony Hawk. I won an award last year.
See, look at that. I'm with the famous game character. They're not pretend. You have kind of the cowboy theme, and your theme is more, how would you describe it?
I'm a race car driver.
Of course.
I have 3 kids, and I'm married, so my game time is limited when I'm at home.
You should understand, kids, if you want to have more time to game, don't go, learning about the facts of life or nothing like that.
Exactly.
I just came up with this new skater term. Okay, it's called tonar for totally gnarly. What do you think? What do you think?
If you got that G4 kind of vibe to you, you might get lucky.
You know what? There's something else that just occurred to me right now. I have the distinct feeling that in about 3 seconds, the screen's going to go wavy. I'm going to be in bed hugging a pillow.
You know, if you play the Playboy Mansion game, you might get to hug these.
So as you can see, with all the bling, celebrities, and booty action, everyone's having a good time. Oh, there was that Interplay CEO who did ask if he could borrow $10, but hey, another story, another show. Anyhow, let's go back up to Patrick in the skybox.
Thanks, Adam. This year's G4 featured 22 awards, and all the winners were chosen by you, the G4 Tech TV community. Throughout tonight's show, we'll show you who won and what they had to say about winning. So let's get things started with a look at the winners for Best Adaptation, Best Cinematic, and Best Easter Egg.
I think the award for Best Adaptation means a lot to us because at BioWare, we really worry about taking care of properties like Star Wars and LucasArts. We really care about making great games, taking something really valuable like the Star Wars license and adding to it, seeing if we can make it even better. The team working on it is tremendous. Both on the LucasArts side and on the BioWare side, a lot of really dedicated, passionate people that cared a lot about the game, worked really hard to make it happen.
Final Fantasy X-2, to begin with, is the first direct sequel in our entire series, and I think there was a lot of questions and not necessarily doubt, but a lot of thinking in our fans' heads that, how the game was going to come out. But knowing that our strengths are in storytelling and the cinematics and the graphics and sound and music, this is really a great feeling to win Best Cinematics. And at the same time, I feel like X-2 has offered so much more in terms of a variety for the Final Fantasy's franchise that this is a great honor to win this award.
We're really excited about this. I mean, the game did just so well, much exceeded our expectations, and to get an award as well is great. Well, he's a character that everybody can identify with. The idea of actually being able to play as a real-life person that everybody has such knowledge of is exciting for a lot of people. And so we really asked him originally just to do music, original songs. He's a gamer, and he was excited about the idea of actually being in the game, so we found a way to make that happen.
Feels good to be the D-O-double-G.
When it comes to creating strange characters and strange worlds, few do it better than the aptly titled Oddworld Inhabitants. And with a mysterious new game on the way, the company is once again creating quite a buzz. Let's take a look at what we can expect from Stranger.
I think you better stay out of my way.
Now that you've seen the trailer, let's throw it down to Victor, who's standing by with Lorne Lanning, the co-founder and president of Oddworld Inhabitants.
Thanks, Morgan. Look who I've got here. I've got Lorne Lanning from Oddworld Inhabitants. How's it going, Lorne?
It's going great, Victor. It's great to see you.
This must be kind of cool for you because you came from Hollywood, and now that was about 10 years ago that you started making games. Now look at games infiltrating Hollywood. Is it kind of weirding you out, or is it cool?
Well, the truth is, this is what we saw coming, and yet we saw more opportunity in games 10 years ago. So Sherry McKenna and myself, it took a while to convince her, but I said, this is what it's going to be. And I was a little bit prophesizing at the time, and here it is, manifesting. I think we can move ahead further in games than we could have in Hollywood. Now we're coming back to Hollywood.
Ain't that the truth? You guys are working on Stranger, and Electronic Arts has picked that up. I have to congratulate you on that. I think that's a great partnership there.
tell us about Stranger. It looks like a complete departure for you guys, different from Abe's and Munch's.
Yeah, it is. We wanted to do some experimentation. We wanted a clean slate to work with. We want far more action. We want a lot more edge. We want to up the intensity level of Oddworld. And so we created Stranger. Been working on it for 2.5 years. Really great crew, a lot of smart people, a lot of passion. And this time, this development's been a pleasure. So,
are we going to see Abe or Munch? Are they going to pop out? You're going to blow their heads off or anything like that in this action-packed thing? Or?
They won't be in this game.
No?
They won't be anywhere to be seen. No, this is a fresh new area for Oddworld. But it's on the same planet. So it still retains a lot of the humor sensibilities. But the gameplay is a very new direction for us. I think people will find a lot of things familiar and a lot of things different. And I think they'll be surprised on a lot of levels.
You know, I can't wait to play it. It's called Stranger. It's coming out next year. Lauren, thank you so much.
Thank you, Victor.
I got to throw it to Patrick and Morgan. S'more Landing.
Thanks, Victor. As any Oddworld Inhabitants game has taught us, characters are what drives the story. That helps immerse you in their world.
And tonight's winner as your favorite character is a ninja who's got a serious chip on his shoulder. Let's take a look at Ninja Gaiden's Ryu Hayabusa.
Ninjas kick ass. I mean, seriously, everybody loves them. It's part of especially for guys, I think it's part of everything we always wanted to be when we were kids. And, you take ninjas and let them throw fireballs and, fight gigantic demons. I mean, how could that not be the coolest thing ever?
I think Ryu kind of made a comeback. I think a lot of people actually forgot about him. People know Ninja Gaiden and they know they were playing as this ninja guy. I don't think they knew the character.
He's not some crazy superhero. He's not some crazy guy with powers. He's just a normal guy, a ninja. Everyone loves ninjas. So he goes on, he kills everybody, and people can relate to that.
If you grew up playing games, you probably knew about Ninja Gaiden, and you played the hell out of it. It was a great game back in the day. I think he kind of personifies this badass ninja character that, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the old school. You run around, you do the combos, you beat the crap out of everybody. And, what's not to like about that? It's a classic video game hero.
G4 Insider is just getting warmed up. After the break, we'll give you a behind-the-scenes look at all the action before the action, as we show you how the shrine was transformed for G4.
And we'll also give you a look at what you can expect from Half-Life 2 and Counter-Strike Source when we talk with Valve's Doug Lombardi. That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Oh, thanks, Marge.
Sorry.
There's this guy named Murphy. He's got this law that says whatever can go wrong will. So that's why the trail-rated Jeep Grand Cherokee is tested on Earth's toughest terrain. It's your loophole in Murphy's Law. Trail-rated capability. Only in a Jeep 4x4.
Now you should listen to this, because this concerns you.
In Volume 1, Quentin Tarantino took us right to the edge. In Volume 2,
I am gonna kill Bill.
we're going over it.
I'm sorry, that was rude of me, wasn't it?
Revenge gets twisted.
I have a welcome gift from the management.
Pretty cool, huh?
Uma Thurman, Kill Bill Volume 2, only this Tuesday on DVD.
Singular is having a huge back-to-school sale on camera phones. We're all getting Motorola's with Bluetooth technology. The Samsung with Zoom. Wait, I thought we agreed on the LG. It downloads games. It's Zoom. You know what, guys? We don't always have to do everything alike.
Celebrate back to school with up to $150 off a super wide selection of the coolest new camera phones available.
We call it our Now You Can Tell Us Apart plan.
Great savings on camera phones. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Your reign ends right here.
Yep, tear it up.
Dang!
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Come here, let me show you something. You like these? You feeling them?
Yeah.
Go get me a pair.
The rookie is back. Check out the shoes. The hats that match, the shirt. It's all good.
Hey, rookie, where are my shoes? Get the Reebok Classic Clip Groove only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
Come on, guys.
For the next 17 weeks, I'll be bringing you the hottest in Madden action.
The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show, Monday, August 9th at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep, where we're giving you a unique look at this year's awards.
You know, Patrick, now you and I get to come here and have all the fun, but for the past week, crews have been here transforming the shrine from an expo hall into what you see tonight.
So let's go down to Kevin, who'll take us behind the scenes for a look at how it all happened.
Thanks, guys. You know, just about a week ago, the Shrine Expo was nothing more than a big empty room, but in the last 7 days or so, our crews have really transformed these four walls into the player's paradise we like to call G4ia. Here I am outside of the Shrine Expo Center, where 30,000 square feet of floor space are being transformed into G4ia. Let's go inside and meet some of the people involved.
It's overwhelming. Just, 4 days ago I was in here and it's blank floor with nothing, and now here it's all up and pretty close to camera ready.
We drew maps of the building, hundreds of maps of the building. Literally every cable that you see running on the floor prior to it coming here was drawn out.
You're gonna be a very popular slab of tile. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Hey, look.
What we've done this year is we've taken this stage that you see over my shoulder here, and we've packed all of our production value onto the stage. As you know, gamers are used to a lot of stimulation, so the philosophy in the stage is have as many looks as possible so we can shoot in many areas.
We're looking at over 130 moving lights and probably about another 150 to 200 conventional lights. We program the show every step of the way.
So, from conception to perfection, really. That's where we've come, right?
When G4 contacted me, they wanted, their whole new set for the G4ia look. Last year was very organic. This year is very tech-driven. It sort of looks like an iPod is what I was motivated by. There are hundreds of people whose hands have touched this and who've made it better every time.
Just imagine this right here. Tons of music, big lights, booming sound, fans, screaming celebrities. It's going to be insane. It's going to be intense. And right now, it looks like there's a lot of work left to do. So if we could get on that, that'd be great. Someone could just... Can we get somebody out here to turn something on over there? Anybody? As you can see, everybody behind the scenes of G4ia has been working their asses off for the last week trying to make this show happen. Except for me, of course, because I just came here for the game. So why don't you take it away, Morgan, and I'll let you know how Metroid is, all right?
Thanks, Kevin. Now, so you've already seen who you chose as your favorite character.
But there are a lot more games that were given G4 awards tonight. So let's take a look at our next group of winners.
Voted to be the best RPG award was really a great honor for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Again, there are a lot of games this year that were great RPGs that we're competing against. And, it's a tradition for us at BioWare to make great RPGs and really push the envelope, and we were really happy how it turned out. We also had great support from LucasArts to do that.
Very exciting. It's sort of the culmination of a lot of efforts from our team and our partners, and we really love to see not only one of our products win, but a multiplayer product win in this space.
The fact that it's multiplayer is very exciting to us. The game is real-time multiplayer and really kind of represents a milestone for products like this. It's really a new genre, and it's very exciting to be part of it.
We're very honored to have won this award because we put our heart into the work. Our soul and the heart and our passion, went into creating this graphics. I think it only proves that people recognize good work. Our belief is that video games should always have good graphics, and we feel vindicated.
Well, for Unreal Tournament 2004, to win Best Multiplayer Game is a great honor. We put a lot of work into the game. We think it's a lot of fun, and the gamers, they recognized it. They're playing it, they're buying it, they're loving it, and they voted for it. It means the world to us. I think the sheer amount of variety we managed to pack into Unreal Tournament 2004 attracted gamers. It's like, one minute you're in space, the next minute you're driving the tank, the next minute you're running over somebody in a buggy, or fighting on foot. It's that kind of variety that a gamer in 2004 and beyond is going to look to expect.
We've all had a bad day at work at one time or another, but nobody's worst day at work can compare with one day Gordon Freeman had in 1998. And just when he thought it was safe to go back to the job, along comes Half-Life 2. So let's go to Victor, who's with Valve's Doug Lombardi.
Thanks, Patrick. I am standing here with Doug Lombardi from Valve Software, and we're talking, of course, about Half-Life 2. When's it coming out?
Well, we're in the final days of Half-Life 2. We're planning to finish the game in August and hand over the release candidate to Vivendi Universal, and hopefully we'll see the game on store shelves this fall.
Awesome. Now, listen, I want to ask about the source code theft. There's a lot of talk about that out there. What happened? Was everybody apprehended? Everybody caught on that one?
Yeah, actually, we found out what was happening, I believe it was early October last year, and asked members of the gaming community to help us in any way they can. And actually, arrests were made earlier this summer of the people involved.
So you're telling me that gamers actually helped catch these guys?
Absolutely.
Now, you've been working on this game for a long time. You've seen all of the ins and outs of it. Is it going to have the impact that the first Half-Life game had?
Gosh, I really hope it lives up to people's expectations. We're playing it a lot, and we've spent a lot of time to get it right. We're feeling pretty proud of what's been done.
And you guys aren't just putting Half-Life 2 in the box, you're also shipping it with Counter-Strike Source?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
What you have is, a completely overhauled version of Counter-Strike, optimized for the Source engine, so you get physics, the rendering, the shader, the better lighting, etc.
Well, I have a prediction. I predict that next G4, it's going to be all about Half-Life 2. Doug, thank you so much, man.
Good to see you again.
Get that game out, all right?
Will do. Take care.
All right, you too. All right, I'm going to kick it back to Patrick and Morgan.
Thanks, Victor. Every console has a cornerstone franchise that helps generate interest and, more importantly, revenue for a company.
Right, now franchises are wonderful things, but there's a new kid on the block, and he's beautiful. So let's take a look at this year's best new franchise.
Beautiful Joe is a revolution in bringing back 2D aesthetics to 3D gaming, and it did it without breaking a sweat. It was incredibly stylized and detailed while retaining all the 2D elements that made 2D gaming great.
He encompasses all that kind of superhero, successfully superhero character that he is, and that, and he's kind of also got that super deformed look, and he's cute and cool at the same time, and I think he combines both those things, and he's a very successful character.
Came out of left field, it's it evoked everything that people remember about their gaming childhoods or their gaming youth, but brought it to a whole new level.
A lot of people notice it because of the style and because the gameplay was so old school. It's this great side-scrolling action fighting game, and the special moves he's got, man, those are cool. Slowing down time, speeding up time, and just the zoom-in special moves, just beautiful.
We've got much more to come on G4 Insider. After the break, we sent Adam Sessler on a mission to hell, and he'll give us a full report on what his Doom 3 experience was like.
And we'll also get an up-close look at the man behind the snake, Hideo Kojima, as the mastermind of the Metal Gear Solid series receives a special award.
That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep.
Kennedy, and I'm from Kelso, Washington. When the fresh gum, icy cool breath.
Bunch of fresh network, where icy cool breath is always on.
What was that thing?
We're in the middle of a war.
AVP, Alien vs. Predator, rated PG-13, August 13th.
Find a way to make the cut. Only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
When you scan me, what do you see? Just another futureless pot-smoking teenager? Like you can just look at me and know what I am? What I'm worth? Well, you're wrong. I'm an artist. I'm a therapist. And the last time I took a hit, I was kickboxing. Drugs aren't me. My life is my decision. I am my anti-drug.
Break out of the ordinary into a crispity, crunchy, peanut buttery Butterfinger from Nestle.
So I go to Singular for a prepaid phone, and the sales guy hands me this phone with a color screen. And I was like, get out. And he says, yeah, and I can get the latest ringtones and games. And I was like, get out. Then he threw in unlimited weekend minutes, and I was like, get out, get out, get out. And then I got out of there before he changed his mind.
Singular announces a new way to pay as you go. Get features you want, great phone deals, and unlimited weekend calling.
I call it my "this phone is loaded" plan.
Cool phones on prepaid. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Get a little closer, Eric keeps you dry. No odor, no shy, just dry.
Arid is unsurpassed. It helps stop wetness so odor can't start.
Eric keeps you dry.
If you want to make tons of money on the internet, then you need a powerful website. Get your very own free website now that features over 50 ebooks ready to sell like hotcakes. Go to freebookwebsite.com now and instantly start selling the hottest ebooks like No Money Down Real Estate, Making Money on eBay, Golf, Internet Wealth, and many more. Over 200 million people online and $47 billion spent last year alone. Cash in on the high-profit electronic book explosion right now. Go to freebookwebsite.com and sign up free in total privacy. Guaranteed. No monthly cost ever. Get your free website instantly right now. No waiting. It's all 100% totally automatic. There's no inventory to buy, no selling, no order taking, no customer service, no shipping, and no hidden costs. Go to freebookwebsite.com. We call it a cash machine on autopilot. But hurry before it's too late.
Whether you're playing for bragging rights or making a run at 50 grand in Vegas, prepare for the hardest-hitting video game tournament in America with the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show with tips from Madden experts.
Pick the team that's right for you. If you catch the person at the right time, that could be a real punishing shot.
Advice from tournament veterans.
You gotta keep everybody off balance.
And a look at the kings of the controller.
I'm gonna shock some people tonight.
The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show. Tune in Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4E Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Patrick Clark here with Morgan Webb in the skybox high above the action.
You may have seen the awards show already, but we're giving you a unique perspective of G4E from both behind the scenes and in the middle of the action.
But before we get back to the party, let's hear from more of tonight's winners.
The Tony Hawk franchise is known for having amazing soundtracks, and we always just try to get an eclectic group of bands in: old, new, rock, punk, rap. You don't get tired of it as easily when you've got such a variety. We've always had amazing soundtracks for our extreme sports titles, so let's get a win.
It feels great when any team works hard. You really want fans and players to like it, so when they vote for it, it's awesome. I think the game is a success for two fronts, because first off, it's got a great gameplay. So we didn't rest on the license. EA always focuses on gameplay as the most important factor, and then it was also helped, of course, because Lord of the Rings. Everybody loves that. I think the EB games award was a great award for Knights of the Old Republic to win. It's such an honor to be recognized by such a preeminent franchise of gaming. EB is well known as a company that supports gaming, and to win their award means great things. We're really pleased about that.
To make Star Wars Knights of the Republic be, really loved by the fans, again, it's delivering on a Star Wars experience. I mean, just from, the voice acting the game, the music, cinematics, and really pulling that story together. I mean, those things really resonate with the fans, and they wanted that Star Wars experience.
It's been on pretty much hiatus for Final Fantasy to be available on the handheld, so to win this award means a lot. Final Fantasy in recent years have only been released on the console, so to know that we have fans also on the handheld market is a great feeling.
For more than a decade, id Software has constantly raised the bar for 3D action games, and their newest creation, Doom 3, is no exception. Let's go to Adam, who's standing by at the Doom 3 pod.
Oh, that's right, Morgan. John Carmack and all those other smart people that work at it, they pretty much spent 4 years putting together a game engine that's designed to make me poop myself with terror. So we're standing outside of the Doom 3 pod right now. I'm heading in to check it out. To get some better insight on why this game makes me soil myself, we have Marty Stratton from id. So in making a game that is scary, what were you trying to go for first?
Well, the artists and the designers have a lot of influences. We look at terrifying movies, a lot of scary games, and just pull it all together into a game that we love to play and that scares us.
Don't reload, just shoot.
We've really exceeded our expectations. I mean, we all had really high hopes. You talk to anybody at id, you ask them what's the best game id's ever made, and it's Doom 3.
Wow, he's hurting me.
This is intense. I'm going to leave for a little bit, so let's throw it back to you, Patrick.
All right, well, Kevin's got something interesting from the floor, so Kevin, take it away.
G4 is the video game event of the century, and you can't pre-order your way in here, but here's an EB Games fan who made it here. David, how did this all come about?
I don't know. I was just at the mall and I was entering. My girlfriend didn't want me to because she told me I'd have no chance of winning, but I won anyway, so yeah.
So now you're a guy with a girlfriend and you're in EB Games. How does that work?
I don't know. She actually likes video games. She forced me to try out Final Fantasy X, actually.
Nice. And was it right for you?
Yeah, I haven't finished it yet, but I will.
And how's the party been so far? Are you enjoying yourself tonight?
Yeah, it's been really great. My friend got a hug from Anna Nicole Smith, and he's been talking about it all night.
And there's a lot of guys who got a lot more from Anna Nicole Smith tonight.
Yeah, I know.
The Jeep Legend Award was created to recognize the pioneers of the video game industry. This year's winner, Metal Gear creator Hideo Kojima, definitely fits that bill. So let's go down to Victor, who's with him right now.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm standing here with Mr. Hideo Kojima, and I have to say, congratulations on winning the Jeep Legend Award. That's a very big honor. How does that feel?
I'm still very excited. I'm really, really happy.
All right, listen, we all want to know about Metal Gear Solid. What was the inspiration for Solid Snake? Where did you come up with that character?
Since Solid Snake is a character that the player controls, I tried to make him as colorless as possible because I didn't want his personalities to interfere with the personalities of the players. And I think making him colorless is what appealed to the player.
Now, with Snake Eater, is this going to be the end of your Solid Snake stories? Or is this the last Metal Gear we're going to be playing?
It'll probably be the last Metal Gear Solid that myself, Hideo Kojima, would work on as a director, script writer, and game designer. But as long as people desire more Metal Gear Solid games, I'll probably work as a producer to come up with more Metal Gear Solid games. But it could be the last Metal Gear Solid that I put together myself.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. I cannot wait to play Snake Eater. Thank you very much. And it's back to you guys.
Thanks, Vic. And there's no question that Kojima truly is a legend. After all, who could create a sexist, chain-smoking, mullet-wearing super spy that people actually like?
But what is it exactly that makes Kojima and Solid Snake legendary? Well, we talked to some of tonight's attendees to find out.
What Hideo Kojima has done for the industry is that he's really brought in a film and a cinematic element to video games.
One of the things that sets him apart from a lot of other developers is that he really pushes the envelope. Every game he does is something new and something innovative, and he's going in his own direction. He's not following, he's leading. I think that makes him an extremely unique developer.
His sense of irony about games and his sense that gaming exists in a cultural landscape versus simply, in its own circle vehicle is unparalleled. Kojima has a sense of pacing and timing and style that the rest of the industry could learn a lot from.
He just made an unbelievable franchise that spanned so many years, and it was a franchise that always grew and introduced new things, and the polish, and the production values, and the immersion. Not many people can pull off what he was able to pull off.
What's really exciting about Metal Gear is they found a way to blend action that's appealing to the West and drama that's appealing to the East and bring the two of them together in a way that both our audiences appreciate.
He keeps pioneering, and he kind of keeps taking the genre farther and farther, and that's what I think really sets him apart from some of the other designers out there.
Our coverage from this year's G4 is far from over. After the break, it's been in development for what seems like a decade. But is Psychonauts finally on its way to the Xbox? Well, we'll talk to the game's designer to find out.
And we'll also give you an exclusive first look at Sam Fisher's next assignment, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. That's all coming up right here on G4 Insider, presented by EV Games and Jeep.
Ready for this? Let's do it.
Introducing the new Jeep Wrangler Unlimited with the Sunrider soft top. With more passenger room and twice the cargo space, you'll be able to bring so much stuff that you're bound to forget something.
Hey, what's up?
Got everything, right?
Yeah, we got everything. Why? Thanks.
Trail-rated capability, only in a Jeep 4x4.
Save on all your favorite music this week at Circuit City. All CDs are on sale for just $11.99 or less all week long. So now's the best time to save on rock, R&B, rap, and country from today's biggest artists like Brandy, Velvet Revolver, The Beastie Boys, Jadakiss, and more. You'll find thousands of titles to choose from, so hurry in and save today. All CDs are on sale for just $11.99 or less this week only at Circuit City.
Put a spell on you. Because you're mine. I put a spell on you. What's up? Because you're mine.
Navy, accelerate your life. On DVD this Tuesday.
I've killed a hell of a lot of people to get to this point.
The bride is back and has taken a solemn vow.
I am gonna kill Bill.
Only this Tuesday on DVD.
You know that buddy list you love? Now you can take it with you on your singular phone. Because no one makes it easier to use mobile instant messaging than Singular. Your buddy list goes with you everywhere. And right now, get unlimited instant messaging for $2.99 and a great deal on I Am Ready Nokia phones.
I call it my buddy list goes with me plan.
AOL Instant Messenger. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Weeknights, late night. Hold on tight.
Get a load of this.
At 11, go crazy with Video Game Mania on X-Play.
The biggest video game event in the world.
Then take a walk on the wild side of technology on Unscrewed with Martin Sargent.
I'm Martin Sargent, and I like to ramble. That was fantastic.
It's back-to-back action. Weeknights, X-Play at 11 and Unscrewed at 11:30. Only on G4 Tech TV.
Welcome back to G4 Insider, presented by EB Games and Jeep. I'm Morgan Webb, and alongside Patrick Clark, we're giving you a look at tonight's event from a unique perspective.
We've got all of tonight's winners, along with exclusive looks at some upcoming games. So right now, let's take a look at a never-before-seen trailer for Tim Schafer's Psychonauts.
At a unique summer camp for the paranormally gifted, young cadets perfect their powers.
Don't you train Psychonauts here?
And the counselors have secrets to hide.
We're gonna have to remove your brain and make it shoot down innocent civilians with its psychic jet beam. A deranged man is building an army to take over the world.
Oh my god! Let's make out!
Now he must fight like a warrior and stop an evil genius from leaving the world brainless. Get ready for the one game that goes mental.
You will find yourselves on the path to becoming international secret agents. In other words, Psychonauts!
Microsoft first showed Psychonauts behind closed doors at E3 in 2002. But 2 years later, Psychonauts finds itself in development purgatory, still searching for a publisher. Now that hasn't stopped the game's designer, Tim Schafer, from working on his masterpiece. And he's standing by with Victor right now.
Thanks, Morgan. You guys look like you're having too much fun up there. You better calm down a little bit. I'm standing here with Tim Schafer, who runs Double Fine Studios. These guys are making Psychonauts. And originally it was being published by Microsoft, but that's not happening now. What happened there?
As of pretty recently, we just started a new relationship with Majesco. I don't know if you know about that. Cool. It's not quite announced yet.
So we just got a G4 exclusive right here, didn't we? It's coming out from Majesco. And
really check on that. Yeah, I know. Yes, that is yes.
Beautiful. You're among friends and family here. It's all good, man. It's all good. Now, for the people out there that don't know what Psychonauts is all about, can you give us a nutshell kind of description of what it is?
Yeah, Psychonauts is about a young psychic who has the ability to jump into people's minds. He doesn't just read people's minds, but he jumps into their imaginary worlds and runs around. So the levels of the game are just these crazy mental worlds of these crazy characters you meet.
Now, Psychonauts is a very out there kind of concept. How did it come to you? Were you you have somebody in a hospital that you know and they told you some stories, or what happened?
Well, I always liked how in video games you can do anything, right? Like in a Mario game, you can have a bullet with a face on it. It doesn't completely abstract and surreal. So when you're in someone's head and you see some crazy monster, and then you come out of their head and you realize that's something going on inside someone's brain, all of a sudden it gives the game kind of an emotional depth and a weight to it that hopefully will be more intriguing and put you deeper into the story and into the characters.
All right, Tim, when is Psychonauts coming out? When are we going to be able to play this game?
Early in 05.
Early in 05. How early? Like January 1?
Crack of dawn.
Crack of dawn.
Early, yeah.
On the first day. Cannot wait. Thank you, Tim. Now I got to throw it back to Patrick. Hope you guys are having fun up there.
Thanks, Vic. If and when Psychonauts is released, I'm pretty sure Tim Schafer will be here, accepting his own award. But there are still awards from this year's G4 that you haven't seen. So let's take a look at our next group of winners.
Who are you? Bond. James Bond.
Oh, it's exciting. It's really great. It's an honor. I'm terribly thrilled. I mean, this game was a huge effort, and we're really proud of it, and we're really happy that people are excited about it as we are. And I mean, a lot of people said the game feels like an interactive movie, and that's what we were setting out to make, right? And it felt like it, right? I mean, when Pierce Brosnan comes down and starts talking like James Bond, well, you start feeling like James Bond, and that's really what we're shooting for.
Oh, grow up, 007.
The Matrix is like a really special kind of case because everyone involved with it is you know, a AAA actor, you know, Hollywood star. So what she brings to that is that the Hollywood feel, that Hollywood talent that you expect to see out of a movie, you know. So people see the game, they're like, oh, you know what, this is a cinematic experience just as much as any movie is.
Jada Pinkett Smith brought character to Enter the Matrix, and I think that's something that maybe it lacked. She brought some sort of real human character to it.
I would say equally, you know, me personally, Riku, Yuna, and Pain, all three girls in Final Fantasy X-2 look hot and they look sexy. But I think it's just her personality and the role that she played in the game was not only hot, but really cute, and it brings out her personality. I think Tara Strong did a really great job voicing the character. I'm just happy that she won the hottest character. You know, our gamers, I think a lot of our fans get so attached to a character in a certain Final Fantasy game that to sort of keep her going, in this case, you know, from Final Fantasy X to Final Fantasy X-2, I think that it had a lot of curiosity. You wanted to really see what Riku was going to do next.
Sometimes we want more than just eye candy. Sometimes we want something new and fresh. Sort of like the multiplayer experience of Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, which is this year's winner for Best Innovation.
The important thing about innovation in video games is that you create a benchmark. And when you create that benchmark, that becomes the game to beat. And it raises the entire industry and all of games to a higher level. So that's why I think innovation is a very, very important category.
Splinter Cell took a different approach. Their multiplayer, it seems so simple, you know, when you first think about it, but it's ingenious. It's brilliant. Like this first person with third person, it's so natural.
I think people automatically assumed if you had a third-person game, kind of a stealth action game, you couldn't do multiplayer, because multiplayer traditionally was all about versus lots of shooting, and now here comes this game where you have stealth versus first-person shooting. I think a lot of people have to go back to the drawing board and just say, hey, wait a second, this game I thought I couldn't make in a multiplayer mode, I can do it now.
When we were first introduced to Sam Fisher in 2002, most people were impressed by his arsenal of weapons and gadgets. And then, of course, there was the split jump, which led to many a groin pull among Fisher wannabes. Now he's back for his third tour of duty. And here's Kevin with a closer look.
That's right, Patrick. You know, Sam Fisher has become somewhat of a cult hero ever since he first appeared on the Xbox. And now he's up for his third assignment in only 2 years. And I got a chance to get a little pre-mission briefing on Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. All right, so Sam Fisher is definitely back in action, and I'm here with Xavier. Can you tell me, what's the guy up to this time?
Well, Sam Fisher is back, as you just said, and you know he's going to get a lot of new cool moves, and he's going to have new weapons. But the most important of all is that it's really going to be a totally new experience.
All right, so you just said something really important there. I love the online component of the last Splinter Cell, but the one thing that I was missing was that co-op aspect when it came to taking down the bad guys. So tell us about co-op and Chaos.
Well, the cooperative mode in Chaos Theory is totally different from what you experience in Pandora Tomorrow. You're going to be two spies working together within missions that are actually linked to the single player in terms of storyline, and you play against NPCs, computer. So you don't play against real players.
Now, right now, our viewers at home are actually seeing exclusive footage of Chaos Theory. I mean, can you describe what they're looking at?
Well, the graphics are simply amazing. The first game was really recognized as being some of the best lighting effects in video games. This time the lighting effects are even better, but also the textures are a lot better. We introduced the bump mapping in the franchise, which makes everything really realistic.
Can you give us the platforms and the expected release date?
Well, right now the platforms that are announced with release dates are PC and Xbox for Christmas.
There's still more to come. After the break, we'll talk to some of the industry's biggest names and get their thoughts on how things have changed since last year's G4ia.
And Kevin and Adam will give you a glimpse of what to expect with Halo 2's multiplayer. It's all coming up right here on G4ia Insider, brought to you by EB Games and Jeep.
Trail-rated Jeep Liberty. With its Command Track 4-wheel drive and dynamic suspension system, it'll get you out of the most impossible situations. Trail-rated capability, only in a Jeep 4x4.
Your reign ends right here.
Yep, tear it up. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. Come here, let me show you something. You like these? You feeling them? Yeah. Go get me a pair.
The rookie is back. Check out the shoes. The hats that match, the shirt. It's all good.
Hey, rookie, where are my shoes? Get the Reebok Classic Clip Groove only at Champ Sports, where sport lives.
Come on, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, come aboard the manipulator. Did you know tobacco companies add ammonia to cigarettes? Ammonia boosts the impact of nicotine on the brain. How about some ammonia? Stop! You want to stop? Good luck.
This summer, in these woods, there's bad.
You can't outrun that bear. I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
There's ugly.
Hey, guys, you need to use your phone.
And there's just plain wrong.
Bacon. Squirrel. Squirrel.
Without a paddle.
Help, man! There's a grenade up here!
Rated PG-13. Starts Wednesday, August 18th, only in theaters.
You know that buddy list you love? Now you can take it with you on your Singular phone. Because no one makes it easier to use mobile instant messaging than Singular. Your buddy list goes with you everywhere. And right now, get unlimited instant messaging for $2.99 and a great deal on I Am Ready Nokia phones.
I call it my buddy list goes with me plan.
AOL Instant Messenger. Another reason Singular fits you best.
Check this out. This is what we do for a living.
We're video game designers.
And we're game programmers.
With the training offered at Collins College, you can learn to design, code, and test games like this.
And this.
Game design is a growing career.
For a brochure on a career in game design, call Collins College at 1-888-256-1200 now. That's 1-888-256-1200. Call Collins College now.
You ever think you might have worms? If your computer is slowing down or crashing or just acting weird.
E-acceleration with the full power of Stop Sign can make it like new again.
Stop Sign gives you virus protection, second to none.
With a spam blocker and spyware remover.
Pop-up blocker.
And the Stop Sign firewall for all the protection you'll ever need.
Guaranteed.
You may be infected and not even know it. Go to StopSign.com for a free virus scan now.
Whether you're playing for bragging rights or making a run at 50 grand in Vegas, prepare for the hardest-hitting video game tournament in America with the 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show with tips from Madden experts.
Pick the team that's right for you. If you catch the person at the right time, that can be a real punishing shot.
Advice from tournament veterans.
You gotta keep everybody off balance.
And a look at the kings of the controller.
I'm gonna shock some people tonight.
The 2004 EA Sports Madden Challenge Kickoff Show. Tune in Monday at 10:30 p.m.
Welcome back to G4A Insider, presented by EB Games and G. I'm Patrick Clark, alongside Morgan Webb. We're giving you a look at this year's event from the inside.
G4A is one of those rare occasions when you get some of the top names in the industry under one roof at the same time. Let's go down to Victor, who had a chance to catch up with a few of them.
Thanks, guys. As you can probably tell from the success of G4A here tonight, the video game industry is more popular than it's ever been. As a matter of fact, I managed to sneak out there and talk to some of our guests here tonight about where the video game industry is now and where it's headed to in the future. Take a look.
The most important trend in gaming right now is understanding the impact of the next generation consoles. You know, the tremendous power that they're going to bring to bear. We're going to have to become much, much closer with Hollywood and bring some of the best talent, some of the best, direction that we can get from that market, bring it together with what we're currently doing in gaming. Over the next, 4 or 5 years, we're going to see a real revolution in the way that we build games, and I don't even know what that's going to look like at the end.
Graphics are getting to a point where you're not going to impress people as much as you did in the past. It's going to have to be content, and that means innovation, that means incredible licenses, and that means something very unique that brings the player into your game. So I think more than ever, you're going to see a competition for quality.
When we go into the next generation of consoles, how many small developing companies are going to be able to hack it? I mean, it's going to become more and more expensive to make video games, and some of these smaller developers, design boutique developers, are going to have a tough time reaching budgets to create these next generation games. And companies like EA and the larger companies, they'll have no problem. But what's going to happen to the smaller guys? There might be a little bit of a shakedown.
There are a lot of issues facing the game industry today. Games are becoming more expensive. They're taking longer to make. Getting a profit out of any game is becoming harder and harder. The hits make it. Anything that isn't a hit fails. And it's becoming harder and harder to attract the attention of the gamer.
I think the great games sell. No matter how much marketing goes into it, you're not going to push a bad game, and there's always that opportunity for the title to break out.
This season's so crowded with such huge sequels. There's so much good product coming out there. You just can't get attention as a small developer introducing a new original franchise. A lot of original franchises that were slated for this fall are now being pushed out to next year to give them a fighting chance.
It becomes harder and harder to rise to the surface in the game industry. This year, more than any other year, if you're not absolutely at the top of the heap, nobody knows you're coming.
Well, that's it for me from G4. I had a fantastic time. Let's go back to Patrick and Morgan in the skybox.
Thanks, Victor. Now, it used to be that if you wanted to play a sports game, your choices were pretty limited. But that all changed a few years ago when a guy named Hawk McTwisted onto the scene. So now we've got winners for both traditional sports and alternative sports, along with the winner for best racing game.
The team, they wish they could be here to accept this. I mean, the team just put so much effort and work into the title that to be recognized by G4 and the G4 viewers is such an incredible honor. It was something that people could really click with. I mean, the tuner cars, how you can upgrade your cars, just the street driving, the nighttime, it was something that people could relate to.
It's awesome. Neversoft really makes the game for their fans, and they always pay attention to feedback year after year, and they want to make the best possible game every year. So, they try to cram as much good stuff in every time. We definitely just took it in a new direction for the franchise and added in the story mode, and it's the most customizable video game ever, which is probably why it won, because dropping your face into the game and making yourself the main character, what kid wouldn't want that?
It's a huge honor for Madden NFL franchise. I mean, every year the guys at the EA Tiburon studio, they all just work their heads off to make the best game to come out. And so to do it year after year, it's just a great accomplishment. We're just glad that the fans were digging it. I think the real innovations in the 2004 product were the playmaker control, so just all new gameplay control. And then people were just blown away by owner mode, being able to set your ticket prices, setting the price of your cheese curds in Green Bay. It's just unbelievable depth.
Morgan, while you and I have been here holding down the fort all night long, Kevin and Adam have been doing their own thing.
From what I've heard, they've developed quite an intense rivalry in Halo 2. So let's check in with them and see if they can work things out.
Thanks, guys, and yes, it's very true. Adam and I could not settle who's pace here. We've been arguing for hours, so we decided it's coming down to a Halo 2 match.
And, like real men, we can't do it for fun. So there's a wager involved, and there's quite a bit at stake.
Yeah, we'll find out about all that later, but right now, let's get to the Halo 2 action.
Yes, let's do that. I'm gonna try and make you lose.
X-Play, more like X-Lame.
Oh, yeah, right. Kind of like, hey, I'm Kevin. I've hosted more shows than I've had women.
I have, actually.
Oh, whoa. Oh, yeah.
It's too easy. I don't even need to touch it. I don't even need to touch it. Are you still talking? Because I'm busy killing you. Hold on a second. I'll listen to you in a second.
Oh, I'm so good.
Who's got the
the flag, Sessler! That's me with your flag. That right there? No. It's all right. I know where I'm going.
You can't see.
I don't even need to see. I ain't looking. 3, 2, 1. That's game, ladies and gentlemen. That's game, Sessler.
Are we really serious about that whole like wager thing? I mean, that was just kind of a joke, right? PSP is gonna own you.
That's cool. I think the bargain called for the loser to shout that, though, at the Nintendo booth. So let's hear it.
PSP is gonna own you. Oh no! Why do I ever leave the fetal position?
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love Nintendo fanboys. Oh, this is my victory sandwich, Sessler. It tastes so good. Come on, have a bite. Have a bite of victory. Oh, you wish you could taste victory, don't you? Back to you, Morgan.
Yeah, Adam always loses.
This entire evening culminated with one moment, the award for Game of the Year. There were 6 very worthy nominees, but in the end, the choice was clear.
Because when you take the Star Wars universe and turn it into an amazing RPG, you created something huge, which is exactly what BioWare did with Knights of the Old Republic.
Knights of the Old Republic deserves the award because RPGs and role-playing games have always kind of been seen as the territory of the Japanese, and finally, a Western developer creates a very excellent RPG, and I think for that reason alone, it deserves that award.
Lots of games set out to reach heights. KOTOR was one of those games that didn't skimp in any area. KOTOR is one of those games that delivered your expectations.
KOTOR has this grand storyline and these amazing characters, and then it wraps it all into this beautiful Star Wars package. Once you start building your own lightsaber, that's it, man. You're not going to stop playing.
With BioWare, you're dealing with people who deal with like an RPG world, and they're really comfortable with dealing with a hardcore Dungeons and Dragons style role-playing player, and so they were able to like connect with these sort of hardcore gamers and yet bring in a world of casual people who just love the Star Wars universe.
Everyone loves Star Wars, and unfortunately, there haven't been that many good Star Wars games. Knights of the Old Republic really took that universe and made it real. Do you want to be evil? Do you want to be good? And you have that choice. This is the first game to actually realize that universe and let the player do what they want to do. And in every aspect, was successful.
So that just about does it for G4 Insider. It's been another great year for the industry, and there's no better time to be a gamer.
Now, whether it's the roster of next-generation consoles and handhelds coming in the near future, or the killer list of new games on the way, I have to say you're absolutely right, Patrick.
Well, thank you.
But you know what? Let's wrap this up so I can go show Kevin how it's really done in Halo 2.
All right, then. For Morgan Webb, I'm Patrick Clark, and we'll see you at next year's G4.
You